7, I give or take 8 to 9.
That's half.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Malaysia Video Game Championship Master Ball League here at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. Once again, I'll be your caster, Aklif P.
And I'm your caster, Lau Yin.
Yes, and we'll be casting for the top 16 until the finals of today's VGC MBL tournament. Now, yesterday we had quite a few. I think we had 6 Swiss rounds that happened, and a lot of it, we saw quite a number of teams happen. Sure, we had some of the standard Charizard Y, Mega Floette teams, but I think we even saw stuff like Mega Frostlass.
Yes, which I truly adore. That Mega Frostlass has made it to the top 16, so my hopes are still up that Mega Frostlass will still win it all.
Okay. Yeah. So before we move on towards our games and the casting today, we'll take a look at our tournament overview, just as a little bit of a reminder for those who are at home. The Master Ball League is the ultimate major competition in the Championship Series. So for those who want a Pokémon World Championship invite, you have to play in our MBL in order to obtain the World's invite. And what exactly is Worlds? Now, the Pokemon World Championship, usually held overseas, this year will be in San Francisco in August, is an invitation-only competition where the best of the best in Pokemon, in this case VGC, will be competing. And as I mentioned, you need to be playing in our MBL and earning the positions in order to get the invitation.
So, we are also going to be doing a bit of an overview of what happened in the previous the previous day, because it has been a challenge for all the Malaysian players. About 100 players turned up.
Give or take 100 players.
About 100 players turned up in the tournament yesterday for the day 1 during the Swiss round tournament. So what happened in the Swiss round is that everybody of those 100 players played against each other, and they did it in a bit of a, well, not round robin, but they played each other to determine exactly who is the strongest of all of them, with the most victories among the crowd. So our top 16 players have been determined from the top 16 of the Swiss rounds, and now they will actually be playing in the single elimination best of 3 today for the top 10 prizes. Well, I mean, the top prizes for this tournament.
So to explain a little on how our single elimination and our top 16 rounds are going. But
Oh,
before
okay.
that, continuing a little bit explanation on Swiss rounds.
So the Swiss rounds shall be this is an explanation for future reference. If you want to join our Master Ball League tournaments in the future or in the other countries that are still open, the Swiss rounds tournament happens with the first round being a random pairing, and from round 2 onwards, players with the same or similar scores are matched. The rounds will continue until the top cut rankings are determined. So the players with the best record after all Swiss rounds is the winner, or the top players may advance to a single elimination top cut tournament. Now, with the way that our invitations are determined this year for the Master Ball League, we will be getting the top 10 players to play for the top cut. But as it is a top 16, 8 people will advance, and I think 2 of them.
2, will be from the. It will be a resistance base, if I'm not mistaken.
It is actually based off your score from the Swiss round. So the top 2 players from the remaining 8 players who did not.
I think it's the finalized resistance after at the end of the tournament. So depending on how it goes. But nonetheless, this is just a bit of a reminder for all you trainers or would-be trainers out there who are watching. Maybe you're not in Malaysia, you're in Singapore or Thailand anywhere, and you need to know this is how our tournament structure works, especially in the new Pokemon Champions format. So we'll be playing in a best of 3. Now, single elimination denotes the fact that when you go into your top cut, which is in this case for the Malaysian Master Ball League, will be top 16. So you'll play a match, a best of 3. The best, you need to win 2 out of 3 of your matches against your opponent in order to proceed to the next round. If you do not, you are unfortunately eliminated from the tournament.
So we will also talk about the tournament prizes for everyone who has turned up. So the people who have turned up for the for day 1 will receive the participation prize of a microfiber cloth and a notebook. The top 4 players for this competition will be walking home with the prestigious Pokemon Home medals, which, it's a bit of a collector's item.
It's a little bit. I've seen people wanting to collect these medals specifically. Alternatively, for all players, you can also collect Pokemon Home medals within the venue itself. But moving on to the prizes that we have as well, we have trophies for the top 4. We have in the top 4 or the semi-finalists, as well as the finalists and the champion trophy. Looking very, very cool, very pretty. Nice to put on your shelf to show that you are the 2025-2026 MBL champion.
But I think crucially for most of the players that are playing today, the most covetous prize is actually the
Travel Award.
And the World Championship invite.
The invite first.
So the 3rd to the 10th place will receive the Pokemon World Championship invite. So this allows them to play in the invitational Pokemon Worlds in San Francisco, as mentioned earlier. For the 1st and 2nd place, they will actually get the travel award, which means that their travel and the hotels, their hotels will be actually fully compensated by
TPC themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. So. Definitely what our players will be gunning for. Yeah. And now we will move on and mention what exactly are we having here at the Master Ball League.
So we actually had a bit of some events yesterday for the day 1, but now we have expanded it for day 2 content. We still have the point get battle. We still have Pokemon Go and Pokemon Mesostar, but now we have added the coloring corner.
Yes, the coloring corner. So for those who are watching, if you have any young kids who are very interested in Pokemon, do bring them along. There are many, many things for them to try. Most of them are for free. The coloring corner is free, the coloring display. We even have our new trainer journey as well as a demonstration, hands-on experience with Nintendo Switch 2, playing either Pokemon Champions or Pokemon Pokopia. And if you're looking to purchase items, we do also have an exclusive merchandise store here at the Master Ball League. And you're wondering, once again, just to remind you guys, we are at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center in Bandar Sunway, Selangor. So if you're around the area, Klang Valley, just come on over. There's a bunch of things to do here, not just for yourself, but for your family as well.
So now that we've gotten all of that beautiful presentations out of the way, we will now talk about what everyone is here for.
Yep,
the top 16.
So briefly going through our bracket, let's just go quickly. So in my opinion, from my experience in Malaysian VGC tournaments, there are some names that I do recognize that have been here and also qualified to Worlds before. So if you take a look at the right side of the bracket here at the top there, we have Lim Boon Hong and Ng Yong Jan. Now, both players are actually fairly veterans in the scene. Notably, it will be Ng Yongjang, aka Gary. Now, Gary has been a champion of one of the Master Ball Leagues, I think, back in 2024. And as you can see, not only his experience, but his skill has allowed him to get into the top 16 of today's tournament.
We also have Kevin fighting De Ken. De Ken, I've actually faced him before in Singapore when he came down for one of our events. So he's actually a pretty competent player from what I have seen. New face, I think, relatively.
New face, I think, came post 2020.
Yes, relatively new. But Kevin has been around almost as long as I think
the two of us have been playing, I think.
Yes. So Kevin has been an old hand in this. It shows he's still here playing in this tournament, making it all the way to the top 16.
Yes, he has won Master Ball League champion. I think he was back then it was still nationals, I believe. He's won a number of regionals, won at least one national champion, and has gone to worlds a few times. And you know what the kids say, Unk still got it.
I mean, you've also mentioned Brandon quite a bit, haven't you?
So moving on next, we have Wong Chi Hei versus Brandon Chia Zheng Chi. So notably, Brandon also is one of the newer players. We've only got to know him around the 2023 time during, I think that was still Sword and Shield. Towards the tail end of Sword and Shield and then towards Scarlet and Violet. Yes, he's also been quite talented and having very, very good showings, not only in this Master Ball League, but in previous Master Ball Leagues as well. So, tends to play quite unconventional teams, and by unconventional I mean not the standard teams.
Yeah, and in fact, speaking of teams, we have seen quite a bit of a variety of teams in the top cut as well. We have seen actually Mega Scovillain has made it to the top 16.
That's right. Mega Scovillain, we've also seen, I think, Mega Delphox. Mega Frostlass also has made it to top 16.
Yes, Mega Frostlass is my goat for me, but we will see whether it can make it.
Now, I'm sure you would be very interested to see the Pokemon statistics that have made it to the top 16 and the usage statistics for the Master Ball League in general. Unfortunately, we are not able to have that on screen right now, but we can talk about like the interesting teams that we've seen. Just to put this aside first, the most common team that we have been seeing is the Charizard with the Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette, alongside with, I believe it is Basculegion, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Sneasler. Yeah. So that is the most common team that you'll be seeing. We saw that mostly yesterday, and you will be seeing them later today. Hopefully, one of the other teams will be able to beat them out. Now, I'm not saying that they will, but one can hope. One can hope.
I believe that this is because with the Champions format evolving so quickly, it was only released like last month. So the thing is, our teams had to be locked in like 1 week
About
before
a week
the
before,
event.
yeah.
So it hasn't quite evolved past that stage yet. But we can see how maybe these trainers have actually trained and perfected their teams for this tournament as well.
I think no matter what happens, you just can't change the fact that good teams will be good and good players will be able to pilot these teams really, really well. Another thing to note of is that I believe, just a very quick overview of the teams we have in top 16. There is also a Rain, Archaludon, Mega Scizor, and Mega Dragonite team that is in the top 16 that hopefully we'll be able to go through. There's also a Mega Gengar Perish Trap team. Well,
we've also seen the Zoroark in the team sheets.
There's a Hisuian Zoroark out there. There's also a Mega Meganium in one of the teams. So I think we'll also be seeing. Did I mention that Mega Delphox?
Yes, you did.
Mega Delphox, Mega Frostlass. There are some sand teams with Mega Tyranitar as well, and as you mentioned, Mega Scovillain.
I don't think it was a Mega Tyranitar.
It was a Mega
Tyranitar.
Yeah, it's actually it's a Mega Scovillain and a Mega Tyranitar in the same team.
So I would actually really like to see that team make it past the first round. We will see how it goes. I also really haven't seen any. We didn't see any of the rain teams. We didn't see much of. I think we saw more sun than most of the other weathers. But rain team have always been very strong in these kinds of formats as well.
Yes.
Especially with Charlodon with the Electro Shot.
Correct.
And the dragon typing, steel typing, stamina, it's very good against a lot of physical attackers in this format.
I think what's happening is because a lot of the good teams right now are carrying Mega Charizard. Why not as a weather setter, but just as a good Pokemon in general. And these teams also carry Basque Legion. So a lot of the raid teams, if they're not able to preserve their Archaludon properly, they're not able to handle the endgame Choice Scarf Basque Legion from getting a sweep, because not only does it have adaptability, it has the Choice Scarf for speed, and it gets the Rain Boost for its Wave Crash.
Alternatively, though, you also have to think about the fact that rain teams also usually have Basque Legion.
Yeah, that is also true.
So technically, if it's a Basque Legion face-off in a rain team versus a one out of the rain team, the one from the rain team generally will win because it usually will run the Focus Sash, and it will have its speed double. It will still possibly be running Swift Swim, so then it's able to attack before the adaptability Basque Legion that is not from the rain team.
Yeah, because Swift Swim doubles the speed, and whereas Choice Scarf only gives it, I think, a
1.5.
A 1.5 boost, yeah. Effectively a +1.
Yeah.
I think it just goes back to how these trainers would pilot their teams. I personally am an aficionado of the Rain team variety. Although I will say manual Rain is now
picking up. It's picking up.
It's picking up, but I'm going to say I can't condone the usage of manual Rain due to how it enables. But I do love replaying Archaludon, so I can't really say too much. I think at the end of the day, it's really just a matter of how you play, and unfortunately, because our teams were locked in about a week prior, so in a sense, the metagame has been locked in a bit of a stasis. So you can't see the evolution of what's been happening for the past week or so. And some content creators have released certain videos, certain teams, and the response to that has been an evolution from the metagame itself. I've seen more Brick Break being played lately instead of the low kick from, let's say, for example, Tyranitar.
At the same time, I feel like we will be able to see all these being shown in the Thai Master Ball League next weekend.
Potentially.
As well as the Singapore Master Ball League, which will be taking place, I think, 2 weekends from now. Speaking of other strategies, though, we do also see within the top 16, in fact, one of our stream players today is actually going to be running a bit of a Trick Room team.
Yes, Trick Room, yeah. Well, almost forgot to mention, but just to let you know what's going to be happening in our top 16 match, we'll be streaming Heng Kai-xiang and also Su Wen-hee. These players will be playing a very, very interesting team, or at least one of them. So Heng Kai-xiang will be playing Farigiraf, Blastoise, Drampa, King Gambit, Torkoal, and Conkeldurr. To note, only the Blastoise has the Blastoise Knight. Drampa does not have the Mega Stone.
There. We on Wen-hee's side, we see a bit more of a standard team. We see the Charizard Y, with the Aerodactyl, the Sylveon, which is also going to, we've seen previously, Basque Legion, King Gambit, and the Garchomp. So it's a bit of a Sun team with the Tailwind versus a Trick Room team with the Blastoise.
Yeah. Now, while a little bit of we did a little bit of preview of these teams, and personally, I am a very, very big fan of Mega Blastoise. I think it is, if you're able to pilot it well, it is really, really strong. However, it doesn't run too well, ironically, against Charizard.
But with the Trick Room, though...
With the Trick Room, it can potentially go.
Especially with the Drampa. So Drampa's ability, because it's not a Mega, it has the Cloud9 ability. It gets rid of the weather.
Yeah. So actually, it's carrying the item of White Herb. So it could blast potentially 2 Draco Meteors. So now we're here in the team preview of our top 16 match of the day. It is on the right side, it is going to be Su Wen-hee, and on the left, it is Heng Kai-xiang. So very quickly, they've already started their first of their best of 3 match. We'd like to wish them the best of luck. I'm still interested to see how the leads will go here.
I feel like the Trick Room has to come out. So yeah, Wen-hee understanding that has led with the King Gambit. Presumably it stopped the Farigiraf from setting up his Trick Room. Farigiraf is actually holding the Focus Sash item, so it can actually survive one hit from possibly the super effective King Gambit. Pairing well with it as well as the Blastoise with access to Fake Out.
Yes, that's what I mentioned. Now Blastoise actually over the generations have gotten a number of good moves for it, from Shell Smash to Fake Out, Water Spout, and with its Mega Evolution having the ability Mega Launcher, it boosts move like Water Pulse, Dark Pulse, Aura Sphere, and even Dragon Pulse here. So what I'm assuming is going to happen is Fake Out onto the Charizard helps it allow to get Trick Room because of the Focus Sash on the Farigiraf here.
Crucially though, what happens next is going to be the important thing. The King Gambit choosing not to attack this turn, in fact. Fake Out should go onto the Charizard, and Charizard should be able to get the triple off easily. However, now that Mega Charizard has evolved, it has the sun, it set up the sun.
Yeah, but
Drampa is not on the field, so we also don't know the speed tiers of these Pokemon. Blastoise generally is naturally faster than King Gambit outside of Trick Room, but now that you're in Trick Room, with the very slow King Gambit, very slow Blastoise being trained, is it possible that it's actually slower than the King Gambit? Would it be able to fire off an Aura Sphere?
If it's quiet negative speed against a King Gambit and King Gambit with neutral speed, no speed investment, I
think there's a possibility.
I don't think so, unless there's some speed investment, because Blastoise has about base 80
yes,
speed.
but if you see this team, there's a possibility King Gambit is running speed.
Yeah, I'm not against that. And here's the thing, even with King Gambit having the Chocolate Berry, Mega Launcher boosted Aura Sphere will pick up the KO.
Exactly. No, actually, will it though?
It has been able to pick up the KO.
Okay, but crucially, if you predict that that the King Gambit doesn't want to be here, and maybe you choose to switch out Drampa, but it's not. Fire Giraffe does stay in for the attack. Water Spout does come out, not caring about the sun at all. It should take out the Charizard as a super effective, and with the boosted help from the Fire Giraffe as a partner.
I think that is a great mid-ground being played by Kaishang there. Like, sure, you might be the King Gambit is a bit of a threat, but so what? If I take up a strong Water Pulse and I hit the Charizard, like, it's not going to go anywhere.
The thing is, though, again, it comes down to whether the Blastoise or the King Gambit is slower. If the Blastoise is slower, the Aura Sphere will be able to pick up the KO on the King Gambit. Sylveon here actually absorbing the special attacks from these Pokemon quite well, though.
Yes, especially with the Sun up, so definitely reducing damage. But let's not forget, at the back there, very likely there's going to be the Drampa, and I would assume with either the Torkoal or the Conkeldurr. I think Torkoal is a very good opportunity as well.
Okay, so we do see the Fire Giraffe targeting very well into the Sylveon.
It's a very strong Psychic nonetheless. I think the Modern Sphere, Aura Sphere going in.
Into the King Gambit. Doesn't pick up the KO because of the Protect.
Going for a Hyper Voice here.
Doing decent enough of damage. Now Blastoise doesn't really need the Water Spout, I feel.
Yeah.
Currently, because with the Sun, it's a bit neutered. But I think Fire Giraffe has been doing decent damage on the Sylveon.
Yeah.
And the Aura Sphere should still be able to pick up the King Gambit. If it is slower.
Kaishang's method of playing with a bit more of an offensive Furry Giraffe using the
Psychic.
using not only Psychic but also the Focus Sash allows it to, because normally you would see it as a very defensive Pokemon. You would see Train to have more HP, more defense depending, and not too much on the special attack side. But here in this case, because of the Focus Sash, you can eschew a lot of the defensive training and just go straight for damage in the form of special attack
Hyper
training.
Voice from the Fire Giraffe.
Yeah, here you go. King Gambit actually is outspeeding.
It's slower than the Blastoise, so faster than the Blastoise in Trick Room.
Yes, yeah.
Fire Giraffe does go down, but it didn't target the Blastoise. Blastoise should be able to pull off an Aura Sphere. Will it be enough to take...
I think at this point, yes, it's already been chipped enough.
Yes, with the chip from the Fire Giraffe, it is enough. King Gambit goes down. It's Blastoise versus Sylveon, but Blastoise will have to take the full power of this Hyper Voice coming out from the Sylveon this turn.
I think it's fine at the point, because if you still have Torkoal and let's say, for example, maybe King Gambit or even Conkeldurr will be fine, but I assume it's going to be Drampa.
I don't think... Currently, the way he's been playing, he doesn't really need Drampa at all. Drampa is actually in a bad position against his Sylveon.
Yeah, and as we can see, even the Blastoise managed to tank that Moonblast, I think.
Okay, so it's Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr is also not extremely happy in this situation versus that Sylveon, but the Sylveon is low enough that I think a Mach Punch might be able to pick it off.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether or not, one, will the Quick Attack be able to knock out Blastoise, and two, whether the Mach Punch will pick up Sylveon.
I think the Mach Punch, being boosted by Iron Fist, should be able to pick up Sylveon from this health. And because it is in Trick Room, Conkeldurr is going to be faster than Sylveon's priority.
I don't think it matters. Well, yeah, you want to get the Mach Punch off.
You want to get the Mach Punch off.
And you have Iron Fist, so you're able to... Oh, going for the attack. I
think the Blastoise will go for the Aura Sphere onto the Aerodactyl. But crucially, both Sylveon and Aerodactyl are trying to stall out possibly this Trick Room. Conkeldurr does go for the Thunder Punch, calling the Sylveon detect, but not the Aerodactyl. Blastoise goes for the Dark Pulse.
Just to ensure a KO.
Yeah.
So Sunlight should go as well as
the Twisted.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, right, because Blastoise attacked the last turn, unfortunately, it does not have a protect. It does because it was using fake out. So I feel like Blastoise might just want to switch out this
Yes,
turn.
I was thinking a switch out from the Blastoise side could be very effective. You just Mach Punch into the Sylveon because you know you can take a
Yes.
dual Wing Beat either way.
Yeah, so Blastoise decides to stay. Calling the Sylveon will not click the quick attack and will instead go for the Moonblast
Yes.
or Hyper Voice, and Conkeldurr securing the KO with the Mach Punch.
So
Rock Slide does pick up the Blastoise, but Conkeldurr takes that very nicely.
very nicely, and well, Conkeldurr has been known to be very physically defensive, and I think it should be able to take a dual Wing Beat very, very comfortably. It might be in the red, but that's more than enough. You only
It doesn't
need to,
matter.
yeah.
With the last Pokemon being King Gambit, all you need to do, in fact, the Supreme Overlord King Gambit is getting a +2?
Supreme Overlord? Okay.
It's a
No wonder you don't lead with King Gambit here.
Okay, so I think it would have been,
Yeah.
Wang He definitely recognizing that it would have been impossible to actually win from that position because
Yeah.
all you need to do,
It's
to
a
be fair, Aerodactyl wouldn't be able to hit King
a
Gambit.
combination of Mach Punch and Sucker Punch should be able to get the KO
Yes.
in this. But I think more importantly, if you looked in the first turn of the game, Wang He did protect with the King Gambit. I think King Gambit should have just gotten an attack. I'm not sure whether the fear was that he could have gone for
The Aura Sphere.
Aura Sphere or perhaps even fake out on it.
I think the thing is, potentially he was afraid that the Trick Room was a lie. He was afraid that Drampa would come in on turn 1. Then
Water Spout or Aura Sphere goes off, right?
No, you don't need the Water Spout.
Yes, and Solar Beam cannot go off as well.
Solar Beam cannot go off. You Aura Sphere the King Gambit. King Gambit goes down. Then Drampa actually has a good matchup versus the Charizard.
But I think that goes to show a lot of depth in the
In the play.
in the play, and also the team that's being built by Kaishang here. And I'm very, very interested to see whether or not Drampa will be coming out in the next few games, because as you mentioned, the possibility of whether Trick Room's going out, whether weather is going to be negated, or whether it's going to be Water Spout or is it going to be Aura Sphere? A lot of decisions have to be made from from Wang He's side to accommodate for these different factors.
The thing is, you know that he was afraid. He was bringing the Sylveon because he was afraid of the Drampa. So the fact that Drampa didn't show up, right, I mean, he has to take that into consideration. It's like, is the Drampa really going to come out? Maybe it's just there to scare me on the team sheet. Fiery Giraffe also managing to pull off that Trick Room with the full health. King Gambit also flinching a bit from having to deal with the Blastoise. Not actually flinching. The Charizard ended up being the one that flinched. But
so, as you mentioned, I think I did have a little bit of how to say, a little bit of fear, seeing because normally when you run Blastoise, it does struggle against Charizard, especially Mega Charizard Y variants. But with the Trick Room support from Furry Giraffe, you really don't have to worry about how the Charizard goes. And most of the time, Blastoise, with its plethora of coverage and different moves, and of course the super effective type matchup with its Water Spot, can very easily pick up some KOs if needed.
Also, let's not forget that Blastoise is actually quite a defensive Pokemon to begin with.
I think it has about base 100 defenses.
Yeah, I think so. I think the King Gambit versus the Blastoise, the Blastoise usually will win out, and I think Blastoise might still be able to comfortably tank Charizard Solar Beam, pun not intended.
Yeah, you can definitely train your Blastoise to survive a Solar Beam, even full powered Charizard's Solar Beam. But I don't think now lately most Charizards, they don't train 100% into special attack. They tend to be a little bit more balanced in terms of bulkiness, speed, and a bit of attack, because you have the sun to support it as well.
Well, we are going to game 2, so we will see what Wang He chooses. Wang He chooses not to actually change his strategy. He's saying, you know what, I really need this Fiery Giraffe off the field. Neither of these players are changing their leads, so it's very easy for Kaishang to just go for the same attack, or he might actually be saying, you know what, I have Drampa in the back this time, I'm going to just Water Spout.
Let's change it. But I do think that one of the major things to note of is that Kaishang needs Trick Room.
I think
not yet, but like you can tell his team definitely wants to play Trick Room like 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, so we didn't see any switches coming out from either of these players, so it's going to be the same for these two. I'm going to expect it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a fake out on Charizard, and it's going to be the guaranteed Trick Room from the Fiery Giraffe.
Yeah, I think the fake out on Charizard is extremely consistent right now, because the Focus Sash on the Fiery Giraffe allows it to get off one. So no protects here, as to be expected.
Charizard is going to flinch. It comes down to what King Gambit is going to do. Choosing to target the Blastoise because it wants to reduce the power of the Water Spout coming up. And also you can see from this, the Kowtow Cleave is going to be a 3-hit KO. So there's a potential that Blastoise might go down this turn if both Pokemon target into it. Fiery Giraffe into King Gambit is actually a pretty good combination, good matchup for King Gambit, so it's not too worried. King Gambit still choosing to protect.
Going for protect, keeping the Charizard here. I think recognizing that. No, going for double protect. All right, fair enough. Trying to stall out, trying to scout out. Yeah, trying to scout out which of the moves will go through.
Psychic into the Charizard. Probably also going to be the Aura Sphere. Yes. So Aura Sphere into King Gambit is not going to. I think the thing is, right, Blastoise is investing so much resources in taking out this King Gambit out right now. It might be actually ignoring the Charizard sitting right there in front of it.
True. I mean, at the back, he is still carrying, if we understand the back, it's going to be his own King Gambit and the Conkeldurr. But I do think that if he could get rid of the Charizard as soon as possible, it prevents any of post-Trick Room shenanigans from happening.
At the same time, I understand why he's trying to take care of the King Gambit first.
Because it is a major threat to his team.
Yeah, because his own King Gambit is running the Adamant Black Glasses, so it doesn't actually have a good matchup against the opposing King Gambit. Blastoise choosing to switch out into the Conkeldurr, Psychic coming out from the Fiery Giraffe into the Charizard, Kowtow Cleave onto the Fiery Giraffe. Actually, not even enough to KO.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting because this changes. Going for a Solar Beam, I assuming into
the Conkeldurr, which is a good call from Kai Xiang to actually switch in the Conkeldurr. It will take neutral damage, but Conkeldurr takes that like a champ.
Well, maybe not that well. With it.
It is a Solar Beam in the sun from Charizard Y. That is a very good. That's a very good.
That's okay. For Conkeldurr, it's pretty good. Now the real question is that I am assuming both King Gambit and Charizard will want to go for a protect this
Yes,
turn.
They will probably protect this turn just to stall out the Trick Room again. But I think you just go for the attack anyways.
Yeah, you need to attack here, but I do think if Kai Xiang wants to be a bit more conservative, he will have to switch out his Fiery Giraffe.
I don't know whether you want to because Fiery Giraffe is already so low. There's nothing much it can do. It might, and if they choose to attack, you are actually revealing your Pokemon to be a bit weaker on the other side. I think here though, Helping Hand Drain Punch might actually be able to pick up the King Gambit.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a possibility as now. But King Gambit completely healthy with the Chopper Berry. Iron Fist boosts Stab as well as Helping Hand. It can potentially, but you can also switch out to Sylveon, honestly.
Yeah, in which case, I guess that's the call that Kai Xiang has to make. Will the King Gambit stay in or will the Sylveon come in? Yeah, we do see the King Gambit withdrawing. The Sylveon does come out. The question is, what does the Conkeldurr do? Because it could also Thunder Punch on Charizard. Yeah. Oh, Charizard choosing to switch out instead. Garchomp coming in, also very good, protecting against the Thunder Punch. Drain Punch does come out. Does significant amount of damage.
She does quite a lot to the Sylveon.
That is the power of Iron Fist. What does the Fiery Giraffe go for? Is that the Hyper Voice? It's a Psychic onto the Garchomp. Nicely done. That's
still a good chunk of damage.
That's
with a critical hit. Okay. Activating the Citrus Berry. Now my real question is, I think this should be the last turn of Trick Room already. Yeah, yes. It is done already.
So the thing is, right, okay, the Conkeldurr can protect, but the Fiery Giraffe can't. So Fiery Giraffe is going down this turn. However, that means that the next turn, you can bring in Blastoise and have your Fake Out refreshed.
Yeah, but you need to switch out your Fiery Giraffe in this case and potentially sacrificing what I assume is going to be the King Gambit because...
Oh no, you're going for the Helping Hand!
Helping Hand Mach Punch into the...
Sylveon?
No, I don't think it's going to be Sylveon. It's going to be into the Garchomp.
Okay, the Garchomp does go down. So I think you're choosing to remove Garchomp, but you're going to sacrifice both of these Pokemon. Hyper Voice will pick up both of them. At the same time, it's like, we know that the Blastoise is low at the back. The last one has to be the King Gambit.
Yeah, it has to be either. It's got to be King Gambit, right? There's no way it's Rampa.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, so I think this is actually still a very interesting position.
Yes, because he can only bring one Pokemon on the side here rather than a full two. But of course, what I'm fearing is that from Wing He's side, he would, if he has both Charizard and King Gambit on the field,
the thing is, right, I think the Blastoise was still at decent health. King Gambit Sucker Punch would not. I think it
should not be able to pick up
the KO. And we both know that the Blastoise is faster than the King Gambit. So crucially, with the two Pokemon down and the Supreme Overlord, I think Sucker Punch or Iron Hit will be able to pick up either of these Pokemon.
The irony right now is that Supreme Overlord right now is stronger because there are no intimidates from the other side. And in the late game, it has a good potential to sweep.
Okay, so the thing is, I think King Gambit is in a very good position here. As long as Blastoise is able to protect itself from attacks and maintain that health, it actually has a very good matchup versus the opposing King Gambit. So the question now is, I think you fake out.
You have to fake out Charizard side, right?
Yeah, you could also fake out the Sylveon actually, because depending on what you think is going to be the faster Pokemon. Sylveon choosing to protect, detect rather, so that gives it a bit of a, safety. Fake out does go into the Charizard slot, what used to be the Charizard slot. Crucially, do we see Sucker Punch?
No,
Iron Hit, no.
Iron Hit.
Into the Sylveon, does not pick up the KO because Sylveon is protecting, but now Blastoise is faster than the King Gambit.
But yeah, one thing to note is also that Blastoise does not carry Protect. So Sucker Punch onto the Blastoise side with potentially a Hyper Voice
will pick it up.
Correct, yeah.
So also, we also don't have the low kick, the Sylveon is faster than the Blastoise.
Yeah, this is a bit difficult.
I think the thing is, right, between these two King Gambits, I think Wenhee's King Gambit actually will win out because it has the low kick and it has and Kai Xiang's
does not have a Chocolate Barrier as well. I think right now Wenhee managed to navigate his way through Trick Room very well. Maybe a little bit of, not say misplay, but what Kai Xiang could have done better is really try to not just pressure attacks, but make use of those passive turns.
I'm kind of wondering whether you want to bring Torkoal actually, because Torkoal has a good matchup against all of these Pokemon generally.
I'm agreeing as well, yeah.
Instead of, I don't know whether I don't know whether Conkeldurr is actually doing what you needed to do here. I mean, yes, I understand your fear for the King Gambit, but at the same time, if you have Torkoal, that's suddenly not so...
Not exactly a major concern.
Yes, especially since Torkoal is also quite a defensive Pokemon, and it's taking very, limited damage from the fairy attacks that Sylveon is dishing out towards the rest of your team. So I kind of feel like maybe Torkoal might be the call here. Like, you replace Conkeldurr with Torkoal.
I think Torkoal into Conkeldurr could be an option. However, I also think that perhaps that we might have to see Kai Xiang pull the switch into Drampa, go for Water Spout.
I mean, there is also that possibility.
There's a possibility.
There is a possibility, but at the same time, it's like, do you really? He seems very certain that we know that the Sylveon is coming out. We know that Drampa is actually not the bulkiest Pokemon, let's be real.
Yeah.
King Gambit is also there, Garchomp is there. There's so many Pokemon that Drampa does not want to face.
So he needs Trick Room in this case to get the advantage.
And also, if you think about it, if you go for the turn 1 Drampa switch in Water Spout, sure, that works. But then at the same time, that means that your Trick Roomer, your Fiery Giraffe is not there.
It's not there, and Trick Room has not been set up as well.
And we've also seen that even the Sylveon is faster than the Blastoise.
I mean, that's to be obvious because you're running a quiet Blastoise, and Sylveon, I think, is base 60.
So you've got the Sylveon fastest. Between Sylveon, Blastoise, and King Gambit, Sylveon is the fastest, Blastoise is the second, and King Gambit is
afterwards.
This is Wei Xiang's Wenhee's King Gambit even.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then that's Kai Xiang's King Gambit at the bottom. It makes Trick Room a bit more difficult.
A little bit awkward, but I think more importantly, those speed interactions, now that the 2 games have been played out this best of 3, is going to be what makes the difference, could make all the difference within this matchup.
I think it depends on what the players think their opponent is going to do. Like if Kai Xiang says that Wenhee is just going to just do the same thing because he knows Wenhee seems to be very convinced that that's going to be the right thing to do. He might actually just go and say, you know what, I'm Drampaing this. I'm bringing the Drampa. Turn 1, let's go.
Potentially, but I also think that, like we mentioned, you need Trick Room. As long as King Gambit's on the field, you don't exactly want it. But then again, what you can do is once you've knocked out
once you knock out... No, but you see, right, the King Gambit is going to take the Water Spout full power.
You knock out the Charizard. King Gambit is probably half HP, maybe a little bit less.
I think
and then the next turn, you can switch in, because I think he'll bring in... what happens is he'll bring in Sylveon, yeah. And then if the Kowtow Cleave did not go onto the Furry Giraffe, it will go onto the Blastoise. Hyper Voice, Sucker Punch, Hyper Voice might pick up the KO, but you can switch in Furry Giraffe again to
Yeah,
prevent
because
it.
your jump out will be absorbing the damage when you got rid of the Charizard.
True.
And then if you have a Torkoal in the back with the Eruption, suddenly that makes it a lot difficult for him. If you can just reserve your Blastoise, hopefully versus the Garchomp, or that's still a possibility. And Furry Giraffe is also going to be good against Basque Legion, which has not shown up at all.
I don't think he's bringing Basque Legion here. I think the Garchomp and Sylveon is the right call from Winky's side. However, the real question here, I think he has to go for the same Fake Out Trick Room and then just try his best to maneuver with it.
Again, it depends on what he has in the back. If he brought the Trumpa, okay, he did not bring the Trumpa.
Okay, he's gonna Fake Out the Charizard again. Probably gonna see the same repeat, yeah.
Or I mean, that's also, I think he has to, right? He has to, but also on the turn 1, the King Gambit has been protecting a lot. The game 1, the game 1,
game 2 now. Game 2, King Gambit definitely wants to attack here because if the Fake Out does not go on the Charizard, the Solar Beam potentially knocks it out.
Fake Out does go onto the Charizard though, so that will actually make the Charizard unable to move this turn. King Gambit goes for the Counter Cleave, also onto the Blastoise again, reducing the power of his Water Spout. Furry Giraffe is free to set up the Trick Room, but now it's back to this again. It feels a bit of a rerun of game 2.
It is, yeah. I do think that Furry Giraffe should switch out actually.
I think no, not at this point. Because Furry Giraffe does have the Helping Hand. A Helping Hand Water Spout at this health might still be able to do some damage. Or Helping Hand Aura Sphere into the King Gambit.
Yeah, but I do think now he knows King Gambit likely wants to switch out or go for Protect because from the previous game, and I just think that Wing He has the possibility to take advantage of the passive turn that's going to happen, knowing that knowing that Wing He is going to be playing much more conservatively.
We do see the King Gambit coming in though.
A double switch actually, interesting.
I am not sure about this.
He's calling the double protect. It may or may not pay off here.
Neither of these Pokemon protect. Counter Cleave into the Conkeldurr, doing
Solar Beam?
It has to be Solar Beam. It's a Heat Wave. It knocks out the King Gambit. And the damage on the Conkeldurr, that was a call that did not work out,
unfortunately.
He was trying so hard to go and call that, you're just going to play defensive, you're going to stall a Trick Room. Oh, no.
No, they're not, he's not taking it this way. But now we have Blastoise back on field. Conkeldurr can pick up a KO, but it's also an easy double protector.
Yes, this is an easy double protector, and Winky's doing so well to start out the Trick Room, calling out when Kai Xiang thinks he's going to be passive and when he's actually not.
Yeah, so these are definitely one of the skill levels of the trainers really being shown here. And because Winky knows that, he knows that Kai Xiang thinks that he'll be passively, but he won't. So it's
very good that you're able to switch up how you play that.
Yes, that's a very important skill to have when you're playing, especially in a best of 3 tournament.
We do see the Charizard does protect, King Gambit does protect. So I think this is turn 3 of Trick Room. Not working that well for Kai Xiang, even though he got his Trick Room up.
That is true, and we could still see a Sucker Punch coming in, and I don't think the King Gambit is a bit worried because of the Chople Berry.
Yeah.
Even if he switches to Furry Giraffe, there is the Sun to protect against the Water Spouts.
And I think Charizard is fine to take a Dark Pulse or Water Spout. As long as the Sun is up. So it's a very easy Sucker Punch Solar Beam here actually. It should actually pick up both of these Pokemon. Actually, will it though? Sucker Punch into the yes, because Conkeldurr can't. I mean, Conkeldurr can Mark Punch, and then it will neuter King Gambit with Sucker Punch. But at the same time,
you could also just go for Heat Wave, honestly, and because I don't think the Water Spout will KO in the sun.
Yeah, you could just go for the Heat Wave and then say, you know what, I'll deal with this tomorrow. Charizard deciding, nah, it's fine, I'm out of here. Garchomp coming in to absorb the Thunder Punch, the predicted Thunder Punch. Sucker Punch just come out to actually take out the Conkeldurr.
I think he wanted to go for Thunder Punch.
Yeah.
A bit unfortunate in that sense.
Aura Sphere should go into... No, it's a Dark Pulse. It does want to take out the Charizard. Well, Garchomp tanks it quite nicely as well. Crucially, Charizard is now safe in the back. I think this is probably the last turn of Trick Room.
Yep, this is likely the last turn of Trick Room.
So if that's the case, you protect. You can switch your King Gambit into the Charizard. To just absorb, or Sylveon. I think you switch into Sylveon.
Sylveon should be a very
you switch your
very safe switch in, and you protect King Gambit.
No. You switch your Sylveon into King Gambit, you protect the Garchomp, then Trick Room's out, then you can use Hyper Voice or Rock Slide.
Oh, you could double protect.
Or you
too,
could double.
honestly.
I mean, you could do that, but I kind of feel like Sylveon. No, yeah, the King
You
Gambit.
can counter cleave also into the Blastoise.
No, because I'm afraid that the Aura Sphere would have come out.
True, but
yeah.
at this point, he won't be able to get out Trick Room effectively.
Yeah, he won't. But at the same time, I think Sylveon would have put a bit more pressure, but it's fine. This still works out. Aura Sphere does come out. I think it will pick up the KO in King Gambit.
Yeah, I think Mega Launcher, if it's also maximum special attack, actually does
Oh,
not
no,
pick up the KO.
Okay, so yeah, no wonder his King Gambit is just so safe sitting here. Yeah, he's fine. He's totally fine. Now it's a very easy attack. Sucker Punch. I mean, I don't think you Sucker Punch.
You don't need to Sucker
but
Punch.
you can get rid of. You can protect an Earthquake. You can protect an Earthquake.
Earthquake is a very safe option. You can switch it to Charizard as well. To
You
get
can
an Earthquake.
Charizard and Earthquake. You can protect an Earthquake. I think you switch into Charizard just to block any
Charizard,
water
Earthquake,
spells. Helping Hand does come out from the Fiery Giraffe. Wait, do you not protect an Earthquake? Okay, the
Yeah,
King
you
Gambit
don't,
is going to protect.
Helping Hand is on a higher priority level.
Yeah, no, it's just like what's going to happen here? Okay, so the Earthquake does come out. It should pick up the KO on the Fiery Giraffe. This means that,
Blastoise is very, very defensive.
and this means that actually Blastoise is vulnerable to the Sucker Punch now.
Yeah.
Water
so
Spout
going
comes.
forwards, but just one final
It's not enough.
shot. Yeah, it's
It's
definitely
not
not
enough.
enough. That's not enough.
I think a Dark Pulse would have been able to pick up the Garchomp at least, but yeah.
Potentially, yes. I think, but now more importantly, it is a very easy Sucker Punch, and
you could just Dragon Claw.
so Winky should be able to take it.
In fact, he took it. He has still whole 4 of his Pokemon alive. Crucially, I think Kai Xiang needed to switch up his game plan in Game 3. He definitely
needed.
because it became a bit too easy for Winghe to read.
Yeah, because Winky recognized that Kai Xiang not only wanted to set up Trick Room, but knew that he wanted to take advantage of the Persistence. And, even like we said that although Kai Xiang needed to take advantage of the Persistence from Wing He, but when he made the right call in recognizing that,
The
took
patterns.
advantage,
Yeah.
and decided to go all out, knocking out the very important tools in the King Gambit, as well as the Conkeldurr lower, bringing down to its red HP, which effectively drives it mood.
Yeah, I think we should also congratulate Winghe here for actually getting his World's Invite.
Yep, I believe from this one, Wenki will be getting his World's Invite. But we'd like to congratulate both players as well, both Kai Xiang and Wenki, for a very, very entertaining top 16 match today at the Malaysia VGC Master Ball League. Both players did their best to get into top 16, as well as the rest of the other players. But mainly, we'd like to wish the best of luck to Winky in his top 8 match, which will be happening later on after this break. So, till then, we'll catch you guys later. Ciao!
Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go! Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go!
all in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
Stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths.
Hello everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the Malaysia Pokemon VGC Master Ball League. Once again, my name is Aklif P.
And I'm Lawayan.
Yes, we'll be your casters for the match today. The matches actually today. So I think we just concluded the top 8 match recently.
No, top 16.
Sorry, top 16. Yeah, we'll be doing the top 8 match right now.
Yeah, so we've actually seen like some developments. Unfortunately, Mega Scovillain did not make it to the top 8.
Mega Blastoise also unfortunately did not make it. Mega Magadium also did not make it.
Mega Scizor is alive.
Mega Scizor is alive
for now.
And we actually will be streaming after this. One of the matches will be Brandon Chia versus So Wei Hang. And our Megas of choice will be either Mega Aerodactyl, Mega Floette, or Mega Gengar. And we'll talk a little bit on the teams now, but let's just have a little bit development of what happened in the top 16. I think the ones that did progress were Ng Yong Jiang, Yap the Kern, Brandon Chia, So Wei Hang, Jeremiah, Su Weng Hee, Ng Chi Won, and Muhammad Nashran.
Okay, so I mean, we've also seen that quite a lot of new players actually making it this deep into the tournament.
Yes. I think it just once again it just showcases just how not only Pokemon Champions but VGC as a whole has grown, and newer players who've recently just gotten into it are able to build up the skill level to the point where they can even make it to the top 16.
I think also it's champions because it's a very new format. And the limitations that we have in terms of items and Pokemon, and the fact that we're introducing new mechanics, it's actually like it evens the playing field a bit somewhat. So older players that know the format, sure, they know the basics, but they still also have to deal with.
It's still a new environment.
It's a new environment, but at the same time, the newer players have less to learn at this point, so they can catch up more quickly.
Yes. The ceiling is a little bit lower. I don't actually not really the ceiling.
No,
the
no, no.
floor is lower.
The floor is lower, but the ceiling is still high
Yes.
because of the skill level. And we have seen people like Yongjiang Gary,
Yeah,
making
Gary.
it so quite deep as well. And I think you've also mentioned Brendan is also
Yes.
a
Brandon, relatively experienced. I think he has at least 3 to 4 years. So wouldn't call him a newbie anymore. But you have other players. I believe also newer players like Jeremiah.
our top seed even.
Yes,
Yeah.
Weng He as well. And even I think Dekan only played for maybe a year or two.
And I think we should probably talk about the team. So on Wei Hang's side, Wei Hang's
Okay,
side.
just to let you guys know, we will be streaming Brandon Chia versus So Wei Hang. So very quickly going over the team, can you let me know about how Wei Hang's team?
So Wei Hang's team is the Aerodactyl with the Aerodactylite, Basque Legion with the Cassit Berry, King Gambit with the Choppleberry Floette with the Floettite, Sneasler with the Focus Sash, and Garchomp with the Citrus Berry.
Yep.
And we have seen this team as the last round on Swiss day one, and they actually won pretty convincingly.
One convincingly. So we have on Brandon's team. A little bit different here. He has the Rotom Wash with the Citrus Berry, Garchomp with the Choice Scarf, Incineroar with the Chopple Berry, Ninetales with the Focus Sash, Gengar with the Gengarite, and Aegislash with the Spell Tag. I think there has been now in more updated teams for champions, Aegislash has been picking up a little bit more.
Yeah, Aegislash is an interesting Pokemon because it used to be very good in these kinds of limited formats, and now it seems like it's showing its strength once again. It has very good defenses and very good offenses, but the trick to Aegislash is that it has to switch between its two stances.
Yes, yeah. And it did receive a little bit of a nerf in its stats, but I don't think it's changed the fundamental of how good this Pokemon is in general.
But we do see for Brandon's team that he's playing a bit differently from everybody else on the field. He is playing his Perish Trap Gengar. So Perish Trap is basically the combination of Gengar's ability, Shadow Tag as Mega Gengar, with the Perish Song. So any Pokemon that has heard the Perish Song will have to faint in 3 turns.
Yes, so it's considered one of the more advanced techniques and playstyles to execute due to the fact that you have to accommodate for the number of turns Perish Song has to go to activate. The fact that Perish Song gets negated if you switch out any Pokemon, and the fact that how the sequencing of each Pokemon fainting when Perish Trap actually goes up. The fastest Pokemon will faint first, and the slowest will faint last. And how Pokemon counts in these kinds of situations is the last Pokemon to faint is the one who wins.
Yeah. So also another thing to note is that the Ghost Pokemon are actually immune to the Shadow Tag ability of Mega Gengar, so they can switch out quite easily. In that sense, I feel like the Basque Legion will be actually pretty good in terms of like having the ability to pivot around. It does not actually have Flip Turn. It is a Cassit Berry set, but it allows it to actually.
Still, I don't think it's necessary in this case due to the fact that being a Ghost type allows free switching from Shadow Tag.
No, I mean it seems like it has a good matchup versus the Gengar.
Okay, currently yes, I do think so as well. However, without enough speed, and I think if it's chipped to maybe about 70-80%, Shadow Ball could potentially take it out.
We do see that the Basque Legion does show up in the lead along with the King Gambit, which is generally Gengar's main fear against this team. King Gambit resists both of Gengar's attacks. However, it will get trapped by the Shadow Tag.
Yes.
So if it is unable to actually attack Gengar, or if the partner Rotom here manages to actually burn King Gambit, this is actually going to be quite difficult for King Gambit to get through.
Yeah. So one thing we really have to know, although Wei Hang has led specifically to counter Mega Gengar, but I also think that Brandon has made the right call in having the Rotom to threaten with either Will-O-Wisp or even Volt Switch onto the Basque Legion.
I think also Volt Switch is very useful here because it allows you to reposition and bring in your Incineroar. So even if Incineroar, if you burn the King Gambit first, next turn you Volt Switch, Incineroar comes in, fake out, you get your Gengar out safely, you can come back, and then it's like the Perish Trap is basically, you can basically Perish Trap things.
So Basque Legion are going for a Protect. Will King Gambit Protect? I think not. Okay, Will-O-Wisp dodges into the Basque Legion.
Predicting something else. Kowtow Cleave does go on to the Rotom. Maybe it was predicting to protect from the Gengar. It's fine, I guess, but Rotom has taken the first hit of this match. It has reduced its health a bit. It does have the Citrus Berry, but the King Gambit's Kowtow Cleave was not enough to proc.
So definitely a little bit of an advantage towards Wei Hang's King Gambit. Then, because now you can probably pop 2 different attacks onto the Rotom. Although the next attack will likely cause the Citrus Berry to activate.
The Gengar actually going straight for the attack, not being too afraid of the King Gambit Sucker Punch at all. Going for the Shadow Ball on the Basculegion. Classic Berry does reduce its damage, but Basculegion just retaliates with the Wave Crash. I think it's enough to... Oh, it's not enough to pick up Gengar.
Okay, I'm just wondering how exactly... What will the...
Rotom is
King
going...
Gambit go for? Onto the... Will Wisp onto the King Gambit, yes.
I feel like it depends on what Wei Hang is predicting, because the Counter Cleave would finish the Gengar is going to be taken down by the Counter Cleave on this turn.
So the first KO is taken by Wei Hang here onto Brandon's Mega Gengar. It means that he has no more Mega Pokemon available and no Perichong.
So it means that Wei Hang still has his Megas presumably in the bag, and if it is the Mega Floette, the Mega Gengar is now no longer threatening it. Floette actually has a decent matchup against most of these Pokemon. Unless there's an Aegislash in the back. But now, Incineroar does come in, and it is going to give King Gambit that Defiant boost, but King Gambit is burned, so maybe that kind of balances things out.
It neutralizes it at the end of the day. I think that here Rotom basically is pretty safe with the Citrus Berry not yet activated. So even if it goes for, let's say, a Last Respects and a Counter Cleave onto the Rotom, it will not pick up the KO. And I'm just wondering, what exactly will our Incineroar go for here?
I think that Incineroar is actually in a good position because your Intimidate into the Basculegion means that its damage is reduced. Last Respects also, you don't have any fainted Pokemon. It is only base 50 power, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, currently it's base 50 power.
So it is not going to be doing much. In fact, it's pretty much an open Volt switch for Rotom if it goes into that slot. And King Gambit could go for the Flare Blitz just to... Incineroar could go into the Flare Blitz, into the King Gambit just to do some damage.
But I think here, a double protect here just to scout out to see what Brandon wants to
also
go
to
for.
stop the potential fake out.
Yes.
We do see the Volt Switch, and I suppose that's going to be the Flare Blitz. Yes, it's not going to do anything to these 2 Pokemon. But yeah, I feel like generally, Wei Hang does have the numbers advantage, but I think Brandon is now in the position where, on the immediate field, where he does have the advantage on the types with his Pokemon versus Wei Hang.
Yeah, currently with Brandon's team here, both with Rotom Wash and Incineroar, able to do super effective damage to both Pokemon, either forcing out Wei Hang to switch into perhaps a Garchomp, or the choice of Mega could be either Aerodactyl or Floette.
I think it also depends on the speed tiers. We know that the Rotom is a calm one. Basculegion is adamant. But generally, Rotoms, if they're not trained in speed, they're naturally fast. They're
naturally slower, I think.
No, both of them are not. Then naturally, a Rotom would be faster. Rotom is going to take the Sucker Punch quite well, and it will activate the Citrus Berry Wave Crash coming out from the Basculegion into Incineroar.
Not enough to KO,
Not enough to KO, but I think Incineroar will be able to parting shot just to go and recycle his Intimidate. Volt Switch just come out onto the King Gambit. Actually, that double, the fact that he's ignoring the Basculegion might actually say that he's doubling onto the King Gambit with the Flare Blitz here.
Potentially as well, depending on what he has at the back here. Aegislasher, so maybe the Flare Blitz does go onto
the King Gambit, because you remove that from play, and suddenly Aegislash is
the game opens up a little bit,
yes,
right?
Aegislash has the advantage versus the Basculegion, especially since you do have the Shadow Seek. And Floette doesn't actually touch Aegislash super effectively if it is in
only
the back.
fairy attacks. Yeah.
But however, if there is a Garchomp,
yeah, then the game comes a little bit different. You will have to go for a few different tricks, because right now, like we mentioned, now that we know that actually it is the Floette, will there be a double up onto the Aegislash? I would assume right now that Aegislash will go for a King Shield. Incineroar switches out into the Rotom so he can cycle in the Intimidate and the Fake Out for
I'm not sure you want to save your Incineroar. Your Rotom is going to be crucial if Garchomp is in the back. So I feel like it's actually a very tough position for Brandon here, to be honest. I'm not sure, because if you switch out your Incineroar now, your Rotom is going to take damage. Your Rotom is already damaged. It might be enough to knock it out. And Floette is actually the fastest thing on the field here.
Currently, yes. And the fact that it has not even Mega evolved as of current makes it a whole different game, because obviously at this point, Wei Hang wants to get the Mega Evolution online with the Fairy Aura. Like I said, here he's actually switching out here into the Rotom, because I think if he goes for a Dazzling Gleam, that might be an issue. But likely what's going to happen is maybe going to be an Aqua Jet into the Incineroar slot, which has been switched into the Rotom already.
I don't know about that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the Aqua Jet, sure, but your Rotom is still very low. It has already used the Citrus Berry. The Floette, however, deciding to protect. I think we're going to see a protect from the Basculegion here, trying to scout out what the Incineroar and the Rotom. And it wants to lure the Aegislash into the Blade form so that it can actually attack it or force it to go on the defensive the next turn. I think this is actually very clean.
The double track was a good scout.
I think it's actually a very good play because now, right, Aegislash still threatens to Shadow Sneak onto Basculegion, but it has to be aware that the Floette is there. It can use Light of Ruin.
And I think it's probably a very good trade for it to go for Light of Ruin onto Aegislash, because if you can knock out the Aegislash, you really leave the Floette open, especially since it's the fastest Pokemon on the field.
And I think the Basculegion has proven that it's faster than the Rotom currently, correct? So if that's the case, Basculegion's, with King Gambit knocked out, Basculegion's last respects is now 100 base power. Rotom is going to switch out, probably sacrificing the Incineroar to try and get itself into a better position, probably playing a bit more defensive in a way, or reducing the Basculegion's attack. King Steel coming out from the Aegislash, not wanting to be caught off guard by that Light of Ruin. What is the Floette and Basculegion going to do? Light of Ruin does come out. It does go into the Aegislash. Yes. But again, Aegislash is one of those Pokemon that you can kind of just play around in that sense with, luring it into its shield form and blade form.
There's a very strong push and pull when it comes to Aegislash, because the stance change not only makes it offensive strong, it actually switches the offensive and defensive stats. So it'll become weaker defensively when it's in the sword form.
I think Brandon still has the ability to play around this. The Aegislash is key here. It is able to pull off powerful attacks with that Poltergeist against the Floette, and also it can Shadow Sneak the Basculegion. But crucially, I don't think Basculegion is the real threat here. I mean, sure, you have the last respects, and I think it might be able to pick up the Rotom, but Rotom also has Protect.
So at this point, because
of the -2
it's
attack.
-2 and also only at base 100, effectively rendering quite good. Sneasler actually comes out here. So definitely Aegislash is the target.
Aegislash is the target. Aegislash is going to be the most dangerous Pokemon for Wei Hang to deal with here. King
actually
Shield,
calling out the Protect by using King Shield.
Yes, so it still stays in its shield form. Rotom also still going for the attack, so it has Protect available for this turn. So Aegislash is still able to just attack safely this turn after Floette has moved. And Floette has burnt its Protect. So if it tries to Protect again, it could, but it's only going to be a 33% chance of actually pulling it off.
I think definitely it will switching out, and we know all 4 Pokemon already. So at the back, the Basculegion will not be able to take the Poltergeist from Aegislasher. Although Sneasler, I think, will want to go for a close combat onto the Rotom.
Yes, but the thing is, right, if you remove the Floette, right? If you remove Floette, that's it. Sneasler can't touch the Aegislash at all because of its Steel Ghost typing. And Basculegion is going to be limited in its offenses because Aegislash does have Shadow Sneak. It will be able to at least damage.
Correct. So basically with it, Poltergeist doing a lot of damage here. Hopefully, okay, actually managing to connect. So Shadow Sneak after this, because of the priority, will probably potentially be able to pick up the Floette, Mega Floette. The fact that he's also carrying the Spell Tech, boosting Ghost type damage.
Yes. So at this point, I think he's fine with Rotom going down because he has the Floette in a very dangerous position already.
Correct, yeah. And whatever happens, essentially after this, he can effectively ignore Sneasler, and even with the Basculegion at the back, Shadow Sneak will be able to take it out.
And the thing is, will Aqua Jet take out Aegislash from their health? I don't really think so. I think Rotom's just going to Protect here just for the fun of it. Shadow Sneak, no, okay, there's no Protect. Okay.
I don't think it's also necessary. Close combat onto...
okay, you see, right? The thing is, if it comes down to it, there is still timer.
There is timer as well. However, I don't think there is enough options for Wei Hang to pull it through if he's playing normally. Yeah. He needs to notice timer, although we don't. Personally, I wouldn't recommend playing the timer, but it is an option.
Wei Hang has the ability to win on timer if he plays this a bit a bit carefully, I guess. But I don't think it really matters. Floette does go down here, and Basculegion against this Aegislash, we'll see. Sneasler can't do really anything.
There's no moves that can effectively touch.
The only move that Sneasler can use is Struggle.
Yes, but going through all the PP just to get struggle, I don't think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible. So I think it's going to be the Aqua Jet from the Basque Legion, Shadow Sneak from the Aegis Sash.
I think what he just needs
is
to
a crit.
One is a crit. Honestly, I'm just thinking Aegis doesn't even need to change back into its
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
into its shield form. But you know,
yeah, it doesn't because the Basque Legion choosing not to even use Aqua Jet. So that goes down, and I think that seals up one game for Brandon, even though he lost
the
his
Mega on the second turn. Yeah, second turn. It was the second
turn.
But yeah, I think this is an amazing showcase from Brandon, able to navigate his way, understanding all his resources, as well as recognizing that Wei Hang's team effectively could not touch his Aegis Slash as long as he got rid of the King Gambit.
Yes. Alright. Well, he could have, but Basque Legion was already so low, and he used that Shadow Ball from his Gengar earlier to actually
to pop the Cassid Berry.
So that made Basque Legion vulnerable for the Aegis Slash in the back.
So I think really, really, really well showcased. I believe that after this, that perhaps Wei Hang would choose not to bring Sneasler. I think Garchomp would have been also a very effective Pokemon to be in.
Sneasler was not exactly the best pick against a team with two Ghost types, one of them being Aegis Slash. Garchomp would probably do better, I think.
Garchomp, Aerodactyl, probably not, but at least
Aerodactyl's
touch
not,
it.
I think Garchomp is probably the best if you're
Garchomp
scared of the Aegis Slash. Other thing is that you want to keep your King Gambit safe. So that it can actually take out Gengar and Aegis Slash if it comes when you remove the support Pokemon. But the problem is, how do you get into that position? The Rotom is such a good Pokemon here as well.
The Rotom essentially can sit in front of the Garchomp, take one attack, Will-O-Wisp it, render it potentially moot against the rest of Brandon's team.
I think also it's interesting to note that if Brandon's if Wei Hang's best move against the Rotom is to use Light of Ruin from the Floette, all you need to do is sit Gengar in front of it, which is what he did turn one. Brandon sit Gengar and Rotom there. It's such a good defensive play. So all he needs to do is if you want to use Light of Ruin Floette, you are going to eat the Slash Bomb from the Gengar. So I feel like if you're going to do that, you need Floette and King Gambit out at the same time. But even then, you're going to have to play around the Protects because Rotom's main strategy there is to go and Will-O-Wisp the King Gambit.
Yes. And even though Light of Ruin can get the kill, let's say, for example, you go for Light of Ruin and Sucker Punch, I'm not sure whether it can pick up without the Black Glasses, can it pick up Gengar through just a neutral Sucker Punch?
If not, you could always just get hit by the Perish Song.
Yeah, exactly. So one thing I wanted to mention, speaking of Perish Song, a good pilot of a Perish trap team knows when to not use Perish Song.
And we saw that Brandon has, in the game one, we thought that he was going to use the Perish Song. He didn't. He saw the opportunity to actually reduce the ways for Wei Hang to counter the Aegis Slash, and then he brought Aegis Slash into the back, and he was like, yeah, you can't do anything, I win here.
Yeah, and especially knowing the tools he needed to get Aegis Slash online as well. I'm very, 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 very impressed with how Brandon is able to use all of his tools, even his own Mega Gengar as a sacrificial pawn in a sense.
I think that's the thing. A lot of people view Megas as this is your queen. You must protect your queen. But in certain games, you're just like, no, I think it's fine if you go down here because the rest of my Pokemon can do it just fine. Especially for supportive Megas, say I think Mega Kang has been running into that issue as well recently, and Mega Frost. Sometimes you just feel like you've done your job. Now you get off the field so that your rest of your team can do what they need to do.
And I believe for players, especially newer players, should understand that while Mega Pokemon are strong and you're limited to only one per game, it doesn't change the fact that how you play out your resources is going to make the real difference in the game. Like for example, Mega Victory Bell. With its ability in as out, it could potentially be a counterplay, knocking out their important tools.
Or Mega Scovillain.
Or Mega Scovillain too. But here we go. Going with actually into Aerodactyl Garchomp.
And we do see the Rotom Gengar still playing very defensive. I do think that this is okay. Mega Gengar is actually faster than I think Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is carrying the Aerodactyl Light, so it will get a speed advantage if it chooses to Mega in this turn.
True, but I do think what's going to happen is Gengar can just Mega Evolve, Protect, Rotom, Will-O-Wisp into the Garchomp.
Yes, and then suddenly it becomes...
And it's an Aegis Slash game all over again.
Yes. Well, not Aegis Slash. I think... Do you really want to switch Aegis Slash into a...
No, you don't switch it, but the point is that once you start getting chipped left and right,
Then
Even
yes,
with the tailwind, basically Aegislash is going to be naturally slower than most of the Pokemon on Wei Hang's team.
I think one thing to note also is in this meta game, Rotom is such a good Pokemon against Aerodactyl and Garchomp because it doesn't get hit by Earthquake, it doesn't get hit by dual Wing Beat as super effective, but we do actually see the withdrawal from the Rotom here coming into Incineroar, reducing the attack for both of these Pokemon.
I think that's fine as well. Perhaps understanding that he won't go for an Earthquake, knowing that the Rotom is could going for a double Rock Slide for the chance of flinch.
And that's also possible. Possible also is a Tailwind just to go and outspeed this Gengar and maybe get an Earthquake off. If it gets a crit, then this is going to be a different game entirely.
It's a different game entirely, but I'm also thinking that if it is double Rock Slide, Brandon could be flinched here. I think this also could be a Perish Song. Nope.
It's just protect.
Okay,
it's
fair.
So positioning your Incineroar in so that you get your Fake Out and you can actually play safely. Rock Slide does come out from the Aerodactyl. Are we going to see the Earthquake coming out though? I think maybe it's just going to be a Rock Slide because the Rotom used to be there.
Yeah. It should be a double Rock Slide
but
here.
Even so, you could. Oh, it's a Dragon Claw. You did not like that Rotom at all.
Did not. He wanted that Rotom gone, but good call from Brandon, bringing Incineroar. Now Fake Out is very
It's
very obvious, yeah.
But also, these two Pokemon are at -1 and they cannot switch out because of the Shadow
and
tag.
I think here we'll see a Perish Song actually start to go up here.
I don't think it's a Perish Song though because your Incineroar is so low. I think you might just want to get rid of the Aerodactyl right off.
We'll see how. Yeah, I think
it's a Perish Song.
Because if you can knock out the Mega, now you just protect. You can do a bit of switching, or you can even sack your Incineroar. I would say switch it to Rotom now.
Switch it to Rotom, then you can bring in Sin again. Just to intimidate. So yeah, here we go. This is turn 1 of Perish Song.
Remember when we said game 1, a good Perish trap pilot can know when to not use Perish Song. Well, now he also knows when to use Perish Song.
Yeah, so if he can pull this off, if there's no critical hits, then I think he will eliminate these two Pokemon from play. And if Mega Gengar is still around and Tailwind are not available, he will be able to attack the Floette quite freely. Gengar is going to protect. Rock Slide coming out will connect with the Rotom. Yes, it will connect.
Rotom, I don't think it'll do much unless a critical hit, but with the Citrus Berry as well, we'll give it some longevity.
Dragon Claw also predicting Rotom switching, but not even enough to proc the Citrus Berry. Now we are at turn 2 of Perish Song.
I think Gengar can definitely take a few hits here. Even if it flinches, it should be fine.
Yes, I think that's fine, and I think the Rotom, because it is the slowest right now, it could go just for the full switch. So the Incineroar can come in safely and then Fake Out again the next turn. So we can see here that how we go with the flowchart. It's been adapted a bit, but it's working quite well for Brandon in this situation because Wei Hang had to go and acknowledge the fact that he can't just lead King Gambit into
yeah, exactly. In front of the Rotom as well as the Gengar.
Exactly. So I also think it might be good if Incineroar goes down or is able to come in safely before the King Gambit gets onto the field.
Yes, I was thinking that because let's say for example, if you go for the Volt Switch onto... Actually switching out the Gengar
He's going to Volt Switch and then bring Gengar back in.
Yes. I think that's fine, unless a flinch happens. Which hopefully will not.
Well, if it does, then that's easy.
Actually, no, going for dual Wing Beat. That means no Rock Slide.
Yeah, no Rock Slide. I think he just wants to go for the Earthquake here as well. But because Rotom is the slowest on the field, only Incineroar is going to go down this turn. That is such a good play from Brandon.
I wouldn't expect him to want to go for the switch onto the Mega Gengar itself.
Oh no, it Volt Switch himself! So...
No, but he can still bring in Gengar here either way.
He can still bring Gengar in.
This is a masterclass in Perish Trap.
Oh, okay. So Gengar is back, and now it is refreshed. It is fine.
He can protect this turn. He can just Volt Switch out with Rotom.
Or he can just protect his Rotom. He can protect.
Yeah, he can protect.
And then he gets basically Gengar Rotom into King Gambit Floette.
Yeah, and then can go for the Will-O-Wisp shenanigans again.
Yes. Well, no, you can't really because...
The Floette. I don't think he would bring Floette here though. Because even if you bring Floette, you only have the Mega...
that's
you've
true.
already used up on the Mega onto the...
I think it's King Gambit and...
Sneasler?
If it's Sneasler,
Basculegion, potentially?
I think it's Basculegion. It has to be. I feel like Sneasler was such a dead weight in the previous game. I think he might just go with the Basculegion. So we do see the double protect. Garchomp and Aerodactyl are going to go down, removing Mega Aerodactyl from play. The Tailwind does come up, saying, I'm going to give my friends the best chance I've got. Dragon Claw is going to go into Gengar, hoping for the crit, maybe, but it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen here due to the fact double protect. Aerodactyl goes down first, obviously.
And now it will be Garchomp's turn. So I think King Gambit though, King Gambit, I think even with the Tailwind,
I don't think it outspeeds
yeah, I don't
the
think
Gengar.
it outspeeds Gengar. So technically, Gengar could just go for the for Parasong if it wanted to.
True. But Basque Legion, I think
It's gonna
outspeeds.
and it's gonna go for the last respects, I think, and I think it's going to outspeed. It's going to go for the last respects. I think it's going to be a last respects onto Rotom and a sucker punch onto the Gengar.
One thing that I believe that the Gengar here could also go down without an issue.
Oh, Kowtow. Yeah, actually, you last respects to Rotom, you Kowtow Cleave to Gengar. Yeah, then even... I think it's Brendan's... This is difficult for Brendan because the Tailwind is like now making it a bit more...
It changes the factor.
Because of Basque Legion. If it was Sneasler, it wouldn't be an issue, but...
Yeah, so that's the thing. Another thing to know about Perish Trap teams is you always need to account not just for the current board game, but the board game 3, 4, 5 turns ahead.
Yeah, it's tough because these two Pokemon, if it's Aegislash in the back, they actually have very good... they are very good into Aegislash. Last Respects does take out the Rotom in this turn. So it comes down to what the King Gambit chooses to do. The Gengar does go for the Parasong. So whatever is in the back has to try to survive for these 3 turns.
I don't think it will be easy, especially if it is the Aegislash.
Yeah, Kowtow Thief does come out. It is going to take out the Gengar. Now it comes down to the timer, whether these two Pokemon are going to be able to pick up the KOs on the last Pokemon on Brendan's side in 3 turns.
But I think it will definitely be the Aegislasher, and it's not going to be easy, especially with the King Gambit still on the field.
And the King Gambit is not neutered at all, and the Basque Legion as well, last respects. Both of these are going to hit with super effective attacks. Even if you go for the King Shield here, King Gambit doesn't mind. It has
King Gambit doesn't mind. Yeah, it has Defiant, and that will just activate its Defiant. And even with the it does not have Full Berry.
You basically had to go and hope that you get King's Shield for all 3 turns. I'm not sure that's good. That's a very big call for Aegislash.
Yeah.
Kowtow Cleave going into the King Shield, getting
only
that
boosting it further. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's turn 2. So you still have 2 more turns to go.
Yeah.
King Shield again, Aegislash. That's all you got to do.
You
That's all you
gotta
can
try.
do.
Get that 30%, I believe.
Even if you get the 30%, you still have to get like the 10% the next turn as well. If I remember right, if they haven't changed the mechanics. So King Shield does fail. Basque Legion going for the last respects, not a contact move, not affected by the previous...
getting a one-hit KO either way, based to the base 150, right?
Yeah.
At this point.
So yes, Brandon showed the parry trap, but it wasn't enough. Because
it's not enough, knowing that the King Gambit is still around, especially the Basque Legion.
Yes.
Props to Wei Hang for recognizing that...
The Tailwind was crucial. The Tailwind,
yes, correct. I think another option that could have been done from Brandon's side is probably trying to pick up a KO onto the Aerodactyl as soon as possible, knowing that Tailwind could have made the difference.
I think because of that speed control, it gave him a bit of an option as well. There's also the possibility... No, actually, the Garchomp is Scarf, but with the Tailwind, the Basque Legion would have outsped anyways. So that Basque Legion in the back, playing very well, supported by his partner King Gambit. So it became very hard for Gengar to actually do anything else but Perish Song in that turn.
Yes.
So, I mean, Brandon did drag it out, but at the same time, it wasn't enough. I think... he'll have to take that in consideration because, you used Parashon, but you used up so much of your resources just to get to that point.
Just to take out 2 Pokemon, and that allowed for his final 2 Pokemon to sweep the rest of his team.
I think also Rotom was weak. Rotom was weaker at that point, and also you didn't have the speed advantage. Basque Legion was faster, and Basque Legion had the boost to this last respects.
Yes, but I do think that Brandon definitely has the tools to pull it off. Not impossible for either teams, either players to bring this home. I think Aerodactyl from Wei Hang's side is going to be a key player, whether or not in Megas, but I believe it will be Mega Evolving because you don't want to bring the Floette against the Mega Gengar.
Yeah, and we saw how effective Aerodactyl was, even though it wasn't able to actually get any KOs, the Tailwind, because you're faster than Gengar, you're able to pull it off before Gengar can do anything to it. So yeah, that was very important for Wei Hang as well. Crucially, the King Gambit, he's been piloting that really well.
Yeah, he knows that his King Gambit is going to be the linchpin at the end of the day.
King, you might say.
You could say that,
The King Gambit.
Yeah. And I think right now, what Brandon needs to recognize is either forcing the King Gambit out or ensuring that it he's at his tools where he can take it down as soon as possible.
The thing is, previously he could trap the King Gambit with the Gengar and the Rotom, but
Now knowing that King Gambit at the back is probably a better option.
Yeah. Especially once you get the speed. But also you have to be aware that he also was aware he led with Garchomp and Aerodactyl, so he could still do chip damage.
Yes,
so that
I think that's the important part as well.
So we will going into the game, and we will now see what they have chosen to do. Both of these players are at 1-1, so this is a top. This is a game tree.
High tier game tree. Aerodactyl Garchomp, knowing that this lead roughly works. What will Brandon go for? Gengar and Rotom, neither players changing their needs.
So I think Wei Hang realized that Garchomp, even though it was burned, it was still doing things. And it is still able to hit Rotom with the Dragon Claw, able to hit Incineroar with the Earthquake, and hit Gengar also. And also Rock Slide is always there in case you want to do Rock Slide things. So Mega Aerodactyl is going to show its face. Are we going to see the turn 1 Tailwind, or are we going to see Rock Slide?
Tailwind, honestly.
Yeah, I think he wants to save the Tailwind as long as he can.
Yeah.
So Gengar comes out. I think though, if Brandon knows that that's what's going to happen, that the Aerodactyl is not going to Tailwind turn 1, you could go and just double into the Aerodactyl with Shadow Ball and
I don't think you want to get an Earthquake and a Rock Slide.
True. So we do see the Rock Slide coming out from Aerodactyl, not intimidated by Incineroar or anything. It will do a clean 30% to Rotom. Now the question is whether Rotom will flinch. Rock Slide also coming out from Garchomp.
Yeah, going for the double Rock Slide.
Crucially though, I think the flinch chance has been reduced somewhat for some of these attacks. So Rotom...
And flinches, unfortunately.
Rotom flinches, and that's almost half its health. Gengar and Rotom were not able to do anything against this onslaught of Rock Slides. And Aerodactyl is fast, and they're not, and it can basically go for the Rock Slide again, and basically it can try to flinch Gengar again if Gengar wants to do a Perish Song into this.
True. I'm thinking that if, let's say, Brandon chooses not to bring the Aegislasher, which, is a little bit of an odd choice, but let's say he brings Garchomp instead, probably want to switch it into the Gengar and try to go for another Will-O-Wisp. Volt Switch or Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, because you haven't gotten the Perish Song. We do see the Incineroar come in. It's going to take super effective damage though from these two
Rock Slides. Yeah.
Rock Slide coming out. Rotom is taking so much damage and hasn't been able to move. Incineroar also taking so much damage from the super effective attack.
Yes.
And Garchomp going for the Earthquake. Yeah, you want to remove the Gengar from play as soon as possible, and getting damage onto it is a good call. Incineroar is going to take so much damage from that though. Crucially...
And gets another flinch onto the Rotom. Unfortunate.
And if you look at it, Wei Hang's team is still at full health.
Yes.
Brendan has been trying to get himself into a good position to actually do something in this game, but he hasn't been able to. Fake Out should come in, but it seems like it's a very easy protect for these two Pokemon because they don't really need to worry too much about getting damage at this point. And if Incineroar just wants to go out to Gengar is going to eat some damage as well.
Yep, it's a lot of different options here, but I think that Brandon is forced to try to Fake Out, and in the case where he doesn't protect on any of his Pokemon, will want to go for a Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, but Rotom is taking so much damage. Garchomp actually choosing to switch out. Is this going to be a King? It is the King Gambit. Is this going to be good though? Because now you've got the King Gambit against the Ninetales. Oh, okay. So it's not the Aegislash in the back. We see the Aerodactyl choosing to go for the protect, but
if he gets a Will-O-Wisp also on that slot, it might change things.
Rotom actually choosing the Volt Switch. That didn't work well for it at all. Ninetales is able to put a bit of pressure on the Aerodactyl with the Blizzard. But crucially, it also has Encore, but Encore is going to be slower than the Mega Aerodactyl.
Yeah. He needs to go for... It will definitely be a Blizzard, potentially a Tailwind or Rock Slide just to get more flinches.
I think with Garchomp switching out, he wanted to get the Ninetales into the Garchomp. And Garchomp, presumably sensing something was off, it was like, no, I'm out of here.
True.
So I think also Aegislash coming in here might actually be a... Oh, not Aegislash. Aegislash is on the other team.
Ninetales is in now with the King Gambit. I think what potentially Wei Hang can do is Tailwind. Rotom can go for a Will-O-Wisp onto the King Gambit, but of course instead going for the Rock Slide, hoping for more flinches. Will it happen for the third time in a row?
I think a Kowtow Cleave onto the Rotom sounds pretty good as well. Blizzard does come out.
It can potentially freeze as well.
Yeah, it does bring the Aerodactyl quite low. The Aerodactyl is still around. If the Will-O-Wisp went...
Rotom glitches for a third time in a row!
Oh! Aerodactyl is putting in so much work for this team. Kowtow Cleave coming out, removing Rotom, and suddenly King Gambit is so powerful in this game.
It's going to be very, very difficult for Brandon to come back from this, especially with the fact that...
Incineroar is so low.
Yes, Incineroar is so low, and Mega Gengar is very weak to the Sucker Punch or even
the
a Kowtow Cleave.
So, I think this might be the turn Aerodactyl goes for the Tailwind.
Could be a Tailwind, and then Garchomp comes in.
Yeah, or whatever else you have in the back. Maybe it's Bascule Legion, you just last respect. Or actually, you could bring Garchomp in and say, you know what, just take me out. And then Bascule Legion comes in with 150 base power last respects, and suddenly it's like, oh, Incineroar is too low, it won't be able to take any of these attacks.
That is true. It's very, very a bit unfortunate for Brandon's side to get hit with 3 flinches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, part of it was kind of probably what he was going for, because Rock Slide from both Garchomp and Aerodactyl, there's always that risk. Rock Slide comes out from the Aerodactyl into the Gengar. I think this might actually not be the best choice. You should have, I think the Tailwind would have...
Tailwind have been better, yeah, because that will give you the fastest. But I guess he's assuming no matter what happens, he can always Sucker Punch the Gengar.
He was actually Sucker Punching the Ninetales, to be honest. I think he wants to remove that Ninetales so that Garchomp can come in and clean this up. Which would make sense. But now Bascule Legion comes in. It has that 100 base power. Sucker Punch plus Last Respects. I'm not sure whether it will be able to pick up the Ninetales. Ninetales did protect this turn.
Yeah. With the Snow boost for its defense, sorry, the defense boost from Snow means that it could potentially, but no,
it's a
I think he
Garchomp.
wants to keep the Bascule Legion all the way to the end.
I think what he wants to do here is he wants to lure the Ninetales into an attack, because he knows that the Encore, Ninetales has Encore. It could Encore King Gambit to Sucker Punch, and then Gengar just Perish Songs and then does Gengar things. So I think that's why he brings in the Garchomp. So the Ninetales is kind of like tempted to just go for the attack, because if it doesn't, then Garchomp pulls off an Earthquake.
Yeah, that is true. But the Earthquake will do a lot of damage onto the Gengar, especially now it's chipped a little bit to about 75%.
Yeah, and I think also the thing is, right, King Gambit is the type of Pokemon that I think it will actually absorb its friends Earthquake quite easily.
But going for a Protect here...
Maybe also trying to lure out the Encore. Perish Song coming out from the Gengar. What does King Gambit choose to do? Does it go for the Kowtow Cleave onto Gengar this turn?
I think it will go for a Kowtow Cleave here.
It should. Encore... the Encore is forced into Sucker Punch.
And it can't take it off.
Yes. So I that was the thing. I think that was why I said the Garchomp kind of needed to attack this turn.
Yeah, I was thinking the Garchomp definitely needed to get an attack off.
So Wei Hang a bit not very... I guess he didn't really think about this. He thought he had a tie advantage. He thought Brandon might actually put himself in a bad position and then start playing defensive.
But Brandon is clawing his way back up bit by bit.
Is.
A Blizzard here will knock out the Garchomp. Won't do too much to the King Gambit, but you know...
He could switch the Bascule Legion in, but I think Blizzard and
Blizzard Protect, I think, is a good one.
Blizzard and Target into the... Because... Actually, yeah, you're right. The King Gambit is locked into Sucker Punch, so you have to check, you have to protect. But if it wasn't, you could have just brought Bascule Legion in and then targeted it with Shadow Ball. But we do see the Blizzard coming out. It is going to pick up the
knockout onto the Garchomp, obviously.
Yeah. I don't think Gengar really needs to do anything here. It can just sit here, and now actually can switch out because you got your Perish Song off. But yeah, and the Bascule Legion is going to be the last Pokemon, and Ninetales actually has the Freeze Dry. So
yeah, I was thinking, will Freeze Dry pick up the KO onto the...
Probably not. Bascule Legion is kind of bulky, but you kind of want to keep your Gengar kind of...
healthy-ish?
Yeah. But at the same time, Incineroar is the one in the back. So if you bring it out, Defiant Boost is going to...
Yeah, and then the Sucker Punch can start doing more damage onto the Ninetales.
Crucially, Freeze Dry still can freeze.
Yeah, Freeze Dry still can freeze, agreed.
So I think at this point, King Gambit will have to go... I think you double into the Gengar. You Sucker Punch and you Last Respects.
Yeah, you just try to go for it either way.
So if Gengar wants to switch out, Incineroar is probably still going to take...
I think switching into Incineroar is alright.
Incineroar is very low though. From what I remember, it was like 30% health. I think Last Respects will actually pick it off despite the resist.
But I think that's also fine because then you bring in Gengar fresh.
Yeah, but then Gengar still has to deal with the King Gambit again.
True, that is alright. But you know, like we can just play the slow game of
Perish Song,
yeah.
Encore. No, but you need to remove the Basque Legion. As long as Basque Legion is not removed, this is a dangerous game for Brandon.
It's a very dangerous game, yeah. But he definitely goes for this. I think Sucker Punch onto the Ninetales and maybe a Last Respects.
I think you just Sucker Punch the Gengar slot regardless. You always Sucker Punch a Gengar slot.
Going for Protect, trying to see what he goes for.
Yeah, you Sucker Punch a Gengar slot. Because in case it does go for the Shadow Ball, then you pick it up. Wave Crash actually going on to the...
Now he can fake out the King Gambit and go for a Freeze Dry.
Yeah, but...
Actually, I think this works also in favor.
It works because King Gambit goes down this turn. A Wave Crash into the Ninetales slot. If you Wave Crash into the Ninetales slot, I don't know whether you should have done Wave Crash. I think you should have gone Last Respect.
I think Last Respect should have been the call.
Yeah,
as
you should have gone for Last Respect.
Because now here's the thing: King Gambit can't protect. He will go down to the Perish Song at the end of the distance. Ninetales gets a Freeze Dry, popping the Basque Legion. If he can pop it down to a little bit under 50%, he could be taken out by the Shadow Ball.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, Last Respects, you needed to take out something here.
Brandon really pulling it up from behind.
And I think you needed to target down the Gengar slot.
Yes, I was thinking that as well.
If you left the you could have left the Ninetales slot alone. You sure you have the Freeze Strike, but I think all in all, Basque Legion, a healthy Basque Legion would have been fine. But we do see the Protect from the Basque Legion. I don't think that really matters here.
I don't think that really matters here because what it opens up is just to... Does he have... I guess he can Parting Shot into Gengar and go for Freeze Dry.
But it doesn't matter. He just goes for the Freeze Dry and Fake Out. And I think... And because King Gambit goes down here...
Yeah. You Parting Shot the next turn here onto the Basque Legion.
No, the Basque Legion just takes you out. The Basque Legion
should potentially take you out. It really matters of what...
No, I think what happens, right, is what happened, he shouldn't have protected. Because of the Perish Song, Gengar is now the only one left. Gengar versus Basque Legion, into Last Respects, that would have been terrible.
That would have been very, very difficult. I think he can take one Wave Crash with the Intimidate.
I mean, he's not locked at least, so he can still do that. Yeah, he
can still Last Respects.
So the thing is, if he took out Incineroar this turn, the previous turn, now it becomes a much better game for him because he still has a Cusset Berry. But now he doesn't. Now he has...
He hasn't taken out the Cusset Berry.
But sure, Gengar uses Shadow Ball. Basque Legion takes about 50%. Incineroar, you take it out with Wave Crash. Suddenly you're vulnerable to Gengar using Shadow Ball again.
Unless you hit into the Gengar with...
And you hope that Throat Chop isn't enough to take you out.
Does he have Throat Chop? He does not. He only has Flare Blitz.
Oh, then I think, then you go after the Gengar. And then the Parting Shot into the
It's the call, yeah. You have to make the call.
Last
Respects, understanding the Gengar is the threat here.
I think you
Flare Blitz. Just go for whatever damage. I think that's fair.
Yeah, but I think... Okay, so now if you protect Gengar again? Are you trying to go and... No, you need the Shadow Ball.
You have the Shadow Ball. This is Shadow Ball turn either way.
You have the Shadow Ball, and then you Flare Blitz.
And hope for something, I guess.
I mean, if it crits.
If either crits is fine. Last Respects will get the KO either way.
Wei Hang is still in this.
He's still in this, definitely. It's really a matter of now making the call.
Shadow Ball does come out. The Cusset Berry does proc.
This would just bring it down to under 50. I think that's last time we checked, it's about 50% damage only.
Yeah. So that's actually a 2-hit KO, I think, from the Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
Last Respect should be able to pick up the Gengar. But now it becomes an Incineroar versus
I don't think it, because you can also just Aqua Jet.
Yeah, you could, but I think you're faster anyways.
Yeah.
You're faster anyways. So my concern here is if you burn.
Yeah, if you burn, things may change, but I don't think with the...
Yeah, I think it's fine. Or crit. If this was a crit, then this was a different game.
I feel very, very, very proud of Brandon really clawing back up to this point in the game.
I think in the end, it shows that Basque Legion is just... With that Cusset Berry...
Yes, really made the difference. Yeah, I agree as well.
And I feel like, Wei Hang wasn't playing... I think the Sucker Punch, the turn where he got Encore into Sucker Punch and then Gengar, I think he should have just Sucker Punched the Gengar.
True. I agree as well. And it was a little unfortunate that 3 Rock Slides in a row, which could have really made the difference in a Will-O-Wisp or a Volt Switch there.
I think that's it. I think that's also kind of part of what Mega Aerodactyl and Garchomp does. So
I understand. If you do 2 Rock Slides, it's a potential flinch. But getting a flinch again and again and again feels very, very bad, especially at a match at this caliber.
That's it. I would say that if you're spamming Rock Slide with Aerodactyl and Garchomp, it kind of feels like this is a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, but at the same time, 20%. What do you mean? I get hit 3 times in a row. I'm still very, very proud, as I mentioned before, that Brandon managed to claw his way back bit by bit, finding whatever avenue he can to earn himself.
And the way he danced around the King Gambit too, that was
Beautiful. I think the Ninetales was the correct call at the end of the day.
Yeah, especially with the Encore, because that kind of locks your King Gambit. If you can lock the King Gambit to Sucker Punch, suddenly your Gengar can
it's kind of free running.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was our top 8 stream match. Brandon Chia versus So Wei Hang. Congratulations to Wei Hang for making it to the top 4 of the Master Ball League. So we will catch you for, I think, our top 4, our semi-finals later on today. But we'll take a very quick break. Till then, we'll catch you guys later. Ciao. Brandon!
Tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, Then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go.
in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
stand tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon.
Hello! Hi everybody. So welcome back to Day 2 of the Malaysian VGC Master Ball League for Pokemon. Here, as you can see, we have a few new things here on stream, but just to reintroduce ourselves, I'm Aklif P.
And I'm Yin.
Yeah, so before we head off into our top 4 match, just like to mention very quickly, these are the prizes that are available for the Master Ball League VGC tournament here. Firstly, for participation prize, could you explain a little bit about it?
Okay, so this is the cloth, the cloth that every participant is getting, and this is a notebook every participant is getting. So yeah, everyone's getting this as long as you participate.
Yeah. So next time when you do come into join us at the Master Ball League, you can get freebies like this. But as you can see right in front here, these are the 3 different trophies that our top 4 contestants will be receiving, and we are in already the top 4 already since we concluded top 8 just now. So what we have here is going to be the top 4. I think it is here. This is the top 4, and we have one for the finalists and one for the champion. So these are our trophies that all of our top 4
will be receiving.
And be bringing home. It's a nice set piece to put at home, I feel.
Yeah, so going into the top 4, we've already concluded the top 8 matches, and we've gotten the 4 players that will be competing for the Travel Award.
That is correct. So we will be streaming Jeremiah
versus Chi-Woon, and you can see that they have actually. I think Jeremiah has actually gone undefeated in all his matches.
Yes.
Not so much the games, but he's
dropped a few games, but
he was the first seed in the Swiss rounds, and he's still going all the way to the top 4.
That is true, correct.
And Chi-Woon, I think he has a less perfect record, but he has actually fought his way all the way to the top 4 as well. And
That's right.
I think the thing is, right, when we look at the top 4 teams, all of them are actually essentially running around the same
concept. The base team is about the same, but just to explain a little bit more before we go into the teams, on the other side of the bracket, we have, as we saw just now, who won was I believe it was So Wei Hang and we're
Gary.
going against Gary Ng Yong Jiang. So all 4 of these teams, going back, they are going to be playing basically the same team archetype.
But let's just talk about them because I think the players are already in the game.
So we'll go into Jeremiah and Chi Woon's team. Jeremiah is running Charizard with the Charizard Y, Garchomp with the Dragon Fang, Eternal Flower Floette with the Floetite, Aerodactyl with the Focus Sash, King Gambit with the Chopper Berry, and Basque Legion with the Choice Scarf.
And I think it's almost the same here. The difference here is that Chi Woon is dropping the Basque Legion for the Sneasler, and his Garchomp is running a few different things from Jeremiah's Garchomp. His Garchomp, Chi Woon's Garchomp, has the Substitute and the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, whereas Jeremiah's Garchomp is actually running the Scale Shot.
Yeah, so, with the Dragon Fang, right?
Dragon Fang and Scale Shot, yeah.
So it is going to be a bit of a difference. And we'll have to go and see how these players want to play this matchup because they have already played this so many times. We do see that Jeremiah is going to lead with the Basque
Legion, yeah.
and Sneasler and Aerodactyl on Chi Woon's side. Now, the fake out pressure is here, but Basque Legion is crucially a Choice Scarf Pokemon. It can probably outspeed both of these Pokemon. It can probably do some damage.
Yeah, could just flip turn. I think here, even if Chi Woon goes for the fake out onto Jeremiah's Aerodactyl, you can still just flip turn, break the sash, and tailwind next turn and have the advantage in
Yeah,
turns
but
later on.
the thing is, right, if you break your sash here and you get the tailwind up, then actually your Sneasler actually gets the close combat KO the next turn. The flip turn does come out, bringing the Chi Woon's Aerodactyl down to sash as well. So I don't. If a King Gambit comes in here, you can actually pick it off with a Sucker Punch. So therefore, but
it becomes a bit of a choice for Chi Woon whether he wants to nab the KO onto the Aerodactyl or onto the King Gambit.
At the same time, the King Gambit does have the Chopper Berry.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure exactly. It is possible technically. I think to survive. If you have Eevee your King Gambit to survive a close combat, it is possible, but it is going to have very little attack.
If it is an Adam, it's not actually. It's a Jolly, so I think it's definitely going to be able to survive. Had it been an Adamant close combat from the Sneasler, there might be a chance for a KO. But with Jolly, it definitely won't.
Yeah, so we do see the actually, I think even with Jolly, there's a chance of OHKO.
It's a very small chance, I
Okay.
think.
Alright, so we do see the Tailwind does come out on Chi Woon's side. So Sneasler actually is capable of picking up the KO on Aerodactyl here.
Can a Jolly close combat pick a KO on an Aerodactyl?
Oh yeah, that's a question.
Yeah,
isn't
because
it?
if it's Adamant, I'm pretty sure it can. But now we're going with with Jolly Nature instead. So here, switching out to Basque Legion.
Okay, which is a good play. Basque Legion is immune to most of.
Okay, never mind Rockside. If it does go for a close combat here, it will get it.
Basque Legions is immune to most of Sneasler's attacks, but the Sneasler is not distracted by the King Gambit. It goes for the Aerodactyl instead, preventing the Tailwind up. So Chi Woon does get the Tailwind advantage on turn 2. He has 2 more turns with this Tailwind, so he will be able to outspeed Jeremiah's Pokemon. If Floette is in the back, now
I think you bring King Gambit in, honestly.
I don't think you want to.
No, you do bring it because you can threaten an Aqua Jet onto the Aerodactyl.
Yeah,
and
but the Sneasler...
assumedly he can't KO. Assuming there's no KO here.
But it's basically a trade. You're going to Aqua Jet the Aerodactyl, sure. Sneasler goes for the King Gambit. I'm not... Again, there's a possibility... We're probably sure the King Gambit will survive, but what's the King Gambit going to do in return? It will be so low in the next turn, and then if the opposing Floette or the Charizard comes in, that's it. Your King Gambit is not going to be able to do much damage.
True, because it does not carrying Iron Hit, so it can't really do too much.
The resources are already so limited on on Jeremiah's side just because the Sneasler is there. Basque Legion has to be the one that actually does something.
Sneasler actually going for a Protect.
I think it's trying to block the Basque Legion, knowing that it is the powerful
Yes.
threat. So King Gambit also knowing that the Sneasler wants it off.
Excuse you. Yeah, no worries. So Rockside here doing, I would say, a respectable chunk to Basque, actually bringing it down under 50% here. That's about 60 to 70% damage.
Aerodactyl will go down to the last respects.
Recognizing that the Aerodactyl is the one that is
but
probably going to be attacking, yeah.
At the same time, Aerodactyl was not the main threat here.
Yes. Now it's a free switch it to whatever, which I think is going to be a Mega Floette.
Mega Charizard will also be
Mega Charizard is also a big possibility
here. It's a very decent Pokemon here. But yeah, Mega Floette actually will be able to help Sneasler get some KOs here because a Dazzling Gleam in the Tailwind will be able to outspeed Basque Legion, and
that is true.
Close Combat will be able to finish off King Gambit with that Dazzling Gleam support.
So a little bit here, yeah, Mega Floette as we expected here. Dazzling Gleam plus Close Combat definitely will pick up the KO on the King Gambit. Question is...
with the Fairy Aura, I think it's possible that it becomes the Basque Legion.
It did take quite a big amount of damage from the Rock Slide of a base Aerodactyl.
Yes.
So definitely not a defensively built or defensively trained Basque Legion, especially the fact that it's running the choice card.
Yes, so I think Basque Legion and King Gambit are in really bad positions here. I think the Floette has to come out here. Oh, it's not. It's a Charizard. Yeah, good.
I guess it could take a Dazzling Gleam.
It's a good resist from both the close combat and the Dazzling Gleam. But Jeremiah is basically pushing himself further into a corner here because he hasn't been able to put any damage out. The Floette will pick up the KO from the Basque Legion here. And I think then King Gambit comes back and you still have to deal with the same issue again.
Yeah, the same issue again. Like maybe at most you're just managing your tailwind turns.
Yeah, sure, but now the Sneasler is the fastest thing on the field again. It still has the unburdened.
The unburdened boost, and having both, I believe, a Dazzling Gleam and a close combat should still pick up the KO as we mentioned.
Yeah, okay, sure, Tailwind has run out here. Charizard is going to be moving faster than that Floette. The Floette should be still decently okay in its position.
Yeah, and a Dire Claw could even just activate a potential.
I think you.
But I think you just double into the King Gambit, right?
I feel like on one hand, the King Gambit isn't going to give you much of a problem for Floette because it doesn't have Iron Hit.
You could focus on Charizard, that is true.
Charizard is the main damage dealer here. Charizard will pull off a Heat Wave, possibly. It will pick up the Sneasler.
It'll pick up the Sneasler. It'll do decent damage to Floette.
So, I mean, sure, Floette, its Sneasler will definitely go down, but if it goes down, I think... You're right. The close combat is a bit of a call. I'm not sure whether close combat / Dire Claw plus a Moonblast will be able to pick up the Charizard. I think it will. But again, if you double into a Protect, that actually changes a whole bunch of things. The King Gambit...
definitely... I don't think they'll target down the King Gambit.
I don't think so. I think Charizard is the threat. So you Dire Claw into the Charizard...
And Dazzling Gleam will pick it up,
The Dazzling Gleam will pick it up from here. Unless there's a crit from the Heat Wave.
Unless a crit wave, which I don't think is happening.
Floette is absorbing that attack pretty well.
Doing only about just a touch under 50%.
Yes. And Dazzling Gleam, I think maybe you should
It will
go for
definitely pick up the kill.
I mean, it is a concentrated plus what is it? Fairy Aura boost.
Fairy Aura, modest nature.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, that was King Gambit. And I think it's going to be Floette with the opposing King Gambit.
And he still has, I think, one more Pokemon at the back. Which
this is the King Gambit.
And has low kick as well,
Yeah,
right?
so if you as long as you're focusing on one of the targets, the other one is going to still do super effective. Well, not super effective on Floette's side, but it may as well be.
You can...
heavy damage.
A Light of Ruin is more than enough to do a lot of damage. And I think Jeremiah recognizing that he's not able to pull this off, so goes for a forfeit for the first game. Congratulations to Chi-Woon for being able to navigate that. I think it determined from the first turn with the Fake Out and Tailwind.
Okay, so I think the thing is these two trainers realize the one thing that's different on their teams is the Sneasler and the Basque Legion. Technically, both of these Pokemon can actually do a lot of damage to the opposing team. Chi-Woon, on one hand, Sneasler has the advantage of actually, being able to do damage out front from the start. Basque Legion has to maneuver around in the position, and it gives you heavy damage onto the Aerodactyl. But at the same time, your heavy damage on the Aerodactyl doesn't really mean much when the Aerodactyl is focus sash.
Correct, yeah. I think also more importantly, because Jeremiah feels forced to lead with Basque Legion, whereas Basque Legion is normally done as an endgame sweeper in the late game there.
You could always lead Basque Legion, but the thing is, right, your Basque Legion should still be able to do damage.
Correct.
And yeah, you do damage on Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is fine. It gets the support options off, and once the Tailwind is up, you're not getting Prankster Tailwind from Aerodactyl.
Yes,
so
that's
Sneasler
true.
and Aerodactyl are able to finish off the opposing Aerodactyl.
Correct. So either way, the Fake Out from Sneasler onto Jeremiah's Aerodactyl is always the best call to make on turn 1. Even with Basque Legion, it cannot KO either of his Pokemon, whether it be Sneasler or the Aerodactyl, because of the fact, one, the Focus Sash on the Aerodactyl, as well as Sneasler definitely being able to take, I think, a Wave Crash without any boost.
I think also the lack of fake out support on Jeremiah's side that has influenced this game as well. Because if the Sneasler, I mean, if say there was a fake outer on the Jeremiah side, if say maybe an Incineroar, you flip turn, you bring in your Incineroar. then you're able to fake out and get your Tailwind up to match, but you're not able to.
You're not able to, and while Incineroar is good, it's still very much threatened by the other Pokemon.
Yeah.
You have Garchomp, you have Sneasler, you have Aerodactyl, and even Floette with a Moonblast can easily chunk it from maybe 50 to 60%.
And we saw that King Gambit is useful in the endgame.
Yes.
Chiwon was using it very well, but the problem is there's no way for you to actually go King Gambit while the Floette is around as well.
Correct, yeah, because you're still opening yourself up, even if you want to play any sort of Chopple Berry mind games or even Sucker Punch. More importantly is that Floette really threatens you with the Moonblast.
And the thing is, right, with the Tailwind, you're able to actually get the advantage on the Charizard switching in. The Charizard took so much damage coming in.
Yes, just goes to show how powerful Aura Fairy is on Mega Floette. A Dazzling Gleam doing to a base Charizard about 50%.
It was about 30-45%, I think.
30-45, yeah, give or take.
Yeah, so the Charizard was already so damaged. It's like, it can pull off one Heat Wave, but the King Gambit can just, protect. And the Sneasler was there instead. Sneasler was faster.
Yes, the Sneasler still. I believe Chiwon recognized that in that end game, he can ignore the King Gambit.
Yeah.
He can just attack the Charizard. Even if it protects and King Gambit goes for an attack, it doesn't matter.
I think, no, the thing is, right, I think if the Charizard went for the protect that turn, the King Gambit potentially could have done something. Kowtow Cleave onto the Floette might have been able to lower it into Sucker Punch range. And therefore, from there, the Charizard might be able to actually come back. But at the same time, it comes
still
down
a bit
to
difficult because at the end, at the back is still the King Gambit.
No, but the thing is, right, if your Charizard is fine, you're fine with the King Gambit.
Yeah.
So I think in that sense, it was a bit of a call, but the favor was always towards Chiwon in that sense, because you have to make the call who is going down, and no matter what, there's always a chance that the counts are a bit, I mean, I'm just doing this off the top of my head. There's a chance.
Going from experience and normal viewing of the teams, how they go in the general metagame, I do think that it was correct for Chiwon to always target down the Charizard slot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a wiggle room there, but I mean, who in the world will leave your King Gambit out in front of the Floette, knowing the Light of Ruin is there?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been a call.
It would have been a call, but I think that in the grand scheme of things, probably not that dangerous.
All
so
right.
Here we go into game 2 of our top 4, Ng Chi-woon versus Jeremiah Lim. So let's just see their leads. I think
the Sneasler is going to come out again, because the fake out was so
definitely.
Sneasler Aerodactyl into Charizard Aerodactyl. I think this is still pretty decent, but at least the Charizard offers a bit of a threat here, because if you fake out the Aerodactyl to prevent the Tailwind, Charizard will just happily press Heat Wave, and that will pick up Sneasler, so that will remove Sneasler from play immediately.
However, we also need to count it because Aerodactyl is here, so he could just easily go for
the
Rock
Rock
Slide
yes.
and take out the Mega Pokemon which Jeremiah has chose to bring in here.
Yes, so I think in this case, Chiwon still has the advantage on the turn one. We do see the Charizard on Jeremiah's side going for the Mega Evolution. I think he's going to call it, actually. He's going to call that Chiwon is just going to go for the Tailwind.
Potentially, but I'm thinking like,
the Aerodactyl has the White Guard. I forgot that thing had.
That's one thing, but I don't think he wants to. Does he want to press Rock Slide?
I think he might. If you read that that the Charizard goes for the
goes for the Tailwind instead.
Oh.
Sure, willing to sacrifice Sneasler, I think, to bring in Mega Floette.
It goes for the Weather Ball instead, so it's targeting down the Aerodactyl, breaking that sash. But you still have your Tailwind up, and he doesn't. And now, you can continue pressing White Guard, and Sneasler can't actually damage the Charizard, but
not that much. I think at most you probably want to close combat into the Sneasler slot. Close combat into the Aerodactyl.
I think.
Not sure if we can pick up the KO. Maybe after the fake out, there's a potential there.
Okay, both of these Aerodactyls do actually have White Guard, so there is that.
Yeah.
So that's why the Charizard is using Weather Ball. And both of these Aerodactyls only have Rock Slide as well. So they are kind of like playing a bit of a game of chicken here.
Yeah, who presses White Guard, who doesn't, right?
I think also... the Aerodactyl goes for the Protect. That's fine.
Yep, that's a fair play.
I think you have to wonder what the Sneasler doing, because it's not in a very happy position here. The Protect on the Aerodactyl does go
Actually,
down to
that's
close
quite a big
combat. So yeah, that's crucial. The Tailwind is no longer here, and Wyguard is no longer
Yeah,
here.
white
So,
guard option nor tailwind as well. You're right.
so this means that while this is actually a sacrifice to remove the remove the Aerodactyl, so that's the arrow. Remove the opposing Aerodactyl, so your own Aerodactyl will be able to rock slide the Mega the next turn.
So Sneasel actually not going down.
Wow.
Now I think that Jeremiah is forced to bring in King Gambit.
He might be. This Aerodactyl was also, I feel like it might be within Sucker Punch range, to be honest.
No, I don't think it will be able to pick up from a Sucker Punch. Going at Bastion
No, it's
Legion
Sucker Punch
as
range.
well.
It's Sucker Punch range.
Oh
but
yeah, definitely. But now here's the thing. He's forced to go for Aqua Jet.
Yeah, he's Aqua Jetting Sneasel. I think that's the only one. But
I would say Aqua Jet into the Aerodactyl.
no, okay. The thing is, you Aqua Jet into Sneasel is a confirm. Is a confirm knockout. You Aqua Jet into Aerodactyl with the Sun.
Might not be able to pick
Yeah,
it up.
so
you're
in
right.
that sense, your Sun is actually damaging your own Bastion Legion's attack.
Yes, yeah.
And that said, adaptability, maybe it will be able to pick it up. Charizard
Maybe,
is
definitely
going
going
for
for
the
Protect, yeah.
maybe it's just going to go for the flip turn. Maybe the Bastion Legion's like, you know what? I'm just getting out of here. Flip turn, and then maybe into King Gambit. So that will help protect the Charizard a bit better.
Could even get a flinch. I think he's going for Last Respects. Is it? No, actually dodging on the Bastion Legion. Will that matter in the long run? Perhaps if Tailwind dies down in the next, I think in next turn or two turns.
I think it's in the next turn. So Last Respects into the Aerodactyl, actually keeping your Bastion Legion on the field as well. So yeah, that's fine. You have. I mean, there is a speed advantage on a Chiwun side, but he hasn't been able to actually.
I think they're missing out the chip on the
Yeah,
Bastion
you're
Legion.
you're
Might have
missing-
mattered quite a bit.
I don't know. Would it though? I think Floette with a Moonblast.
Flow and Moonblast will pick up the KO onto the Bastion Legion, but
But
the Charizard is kind of free
Yeah,
running from
Charizard
there.
is super free. So the way Jeremiah has been playing, he has managed to keep his Charizard safe, even though he's been using it as a giant, kind of like a lure the entire
Yes,
game.
yeah. I do think that for Jeremiah's side, if he's able to preserve his Charizard a little better, he can definitely pull something off.
I don't
He needs chip. Okay, Chiwun needs chip onto the Charizard in order for it to be able to be KO'd in following turns.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, you have to respect the Bastion Legion being there.
There's no way the
last
Bastion
respect-
Legions, yeah.
Yeah, the last respects, it is a 100 base power adaptability at this point, and I'm not sure whether it will pick up the KO on Floette, but it feels like it's a potential with a Heat Wave.
True.
Okay, we'll see what
I think at most of his Gambit, he's going to try to KO onto the Charizard.
I think that
Brings in King Gambit the next turn.
I think you Dire Claw
Charizard either way, yeah.
Then the Charizard Heat Waves Bastion Legion goes Last Respects onto the floor, and then you use Heat Wave onto, and then you get the King Gambit in. Yeah.
Assuming that the Heat Wave hits onto
Assuming the Heat Wave
Caesar.
hits.
Yes.
So yeah.
Okay, it does connect.
Again, that's it though. This is not the. This
It's
is
not the end. The game is not over.
No. Okay, so the thing is, right? King Gambit, Adamant, Sucker Punch, 252, well, not 252, 60, 32, training into attack is still not enough to guarantee a knockout on the Bastion Legion from
True.
full health.
But I do think he can also choose to just go for the Sucker Punch onto the Charizard slot.
I think Charizard might survive it from this health.
Potentially.
I think considering you've been saying that Charizard has been training on the physical, on the defensive
has been a bit more defensive lately.
side. I feel like this Charizard at the Sucker Punch, it might actually maybe hang on by maybe 1 or 2%.
Could be.
If that's the case, Charizard, because your Tailwind has run out, Charizard will have the speed advantage over the Floette. You will be able to pick it up.
You can just Heat Wave this turn as well.
Yeah.
Last Respects Heat Wave.
And you Heat Wave and you. If you double into the Floette, because it protected last turn, it's going to go down. And you
Switching on Bastion Legion. Alright, fair call.
into his own King Gambit. I guess he's predicting the Sucker Punch onto the Bastion
Going for
Legion.
Protect. Then he Heat Waves trying to get a KO with the Charizard, I guess.
I suppose that's fair, but I think Floette has been shown to take this very well. And I think Moonblast or Light of Ruin,
I think a Moonblast into the Charizard is
Yeah.
what you need to do. Actually, goes for Desert. I don't think this picks up the KO.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
But now you're in Sucker Punch range. You're in Sucker Punch range, and also
There's no Sun as well, so
Okay,
could
Chiwun-
live a Heat Wave.
No, Chiwun is actually in a position here that he can. You see, right? You Sucker Punch the Charizard. Floette is in a health that King Gambit can't really do anything to it. As
Yep.
long as you protect your own King Gambit, technically you have the end game versus the Bastion Legion locked.
Yep, yeah.
So the King Gambit on Jeremiah's side, I feel like you kind of need to attack because you know that your Charizard is very
Yes,
threatened here.
yes.
The Charizard can protect one turn, but if you leave your King Gambit vulnerable, and it has already taken so much damage, so I think the Light of Ruin or Moonblast will just
Pick up the KO on it,
yes.
right? Yeah.
So I think Chi-Woon has actually managed to maintain his advantage despite the fact that Jeremiah had the offensive pressure, the blast returns, even with the tailwind.
I think a Light Ruin does pick up the KO here.
I don't think you want to use the Light Ruin. I think you want to use the Moon
For a
Blast.
Sucker Punch instead. Okay, or Sucker Punch onto the
Yeah, the Moon Blast onto King Gambit because you don't want to reduce your HP.
your HP. Yeah. Actually, picking up the KO there,
Yes.
very powerful.
Yes. So now you threaten you still threaten the
Sucker Punch either way, right?
you still threaten Sucker Punch onto here's where it gets a bit scary. If the Basque Legion, because like I said, Basque Legion can actually survive Sucker Punch from King Gambit from this. So if it survives, it last respects Floette. Charizard uses Heat Wave.
Yes.
And Floette has, but what Floette could do here is Floette protects. And if Charizard just protects to avoid the Sucker Punch, that still actually brings it in again for the next turn. Then Floette is vulnerable again.
there is a bit of a mind game here. Like,
So at the same time, it's like, do you Sucker Punch the Charizard or do you Kowtow
I think
Cleave?
you try go for the Sucker Punch on the Charizard, honestly.
I think that if you go for the... Oh, he goes for the
double
Heat Wave.
I think he's just trying to see... Right now, what Chi-Woon's trying to do is trying to bait out...
The luck, what he locks into,
Yes. I don't think Aqua Jet is enough.
Aqua Jet is not enough, but now actually it means that you can actually just double into the Charizard slot with Moon Blast and a Cow. I think you still Sucker Punch though.
You Sucker Punch into the
Charizard.
Charizard slot and you Moon Blast...
Dazzling Gleam,
yeah.
Because if the Charizard doesn't attack, you still pick up damage onto the Basque Legion, then you can Sucker Punch. No,
Yeah.
you can't Sucker Punch it, but you know... Because it's locked into Aqua Jet, you can't Sucker Punch the Basque Legion, but you can still
You can
kind of
cleave.
ignore it.
Yeah, you can leave it. It's because it's not like it's able to touch the King Gambit. Right now you know the threat is going to be on the Charizard.
Yeah, no matter what though, your Floette's health is the one that's going to help keep your kind of like help balance this out. As long as Floette is not within the Aqua Jet KO range, that's fine. Floette seems to be able to take at least one more.
This definitely picks up. Ooh, I think
That feels like it's going to be a Chi-Woon game here because now there's nothing stopping the King Gambit from just going for the Kowtow Cleave.
and
Protect. You can just protect.
Yeah.
You can just protect.
But I think you just go for you
can
double it.
gleam. You can gleam.
Actually,
I mean,
just protect and
Kowtow Cleave.
yeah,
You're
get that
fine.
100%. Yeah.
So
But
Chi-Woon actually securing the victory very well here. I think as we have seen, Sneasler has been giving such an advantage
yes,
to
so much value there.
at the start of the game. The fake out and the fast speed allows it to actually allows it to kind of control the game in a sense because you can stop the tailwind from going up. You can actually threaten the Aerodactyl, the opposing Aerodactyl.
True, and I think Sneasler also did a very important role in getting some chip damage on the Charizard, which allowed it for the Sucker Punch to be picking it off later on.
Yes, and I think also Floette being the mega of choice is also a very good choice
true.
here. Because it's like, we were saying earlier, is it a Floette game or is it a Charizard game? Floette obviously showing that even though you're fighting a Mega Charizard, you don't really care too much. You're still doing very good
You're
damage.
still doing a lot of damage. And that Moonblast picking up the KO onto the King Gambit, although we knew it was going to happen, still it's still amazing to see it able to pick up the KO. Either way, we'd like to congratulate Chi-Woon for making it to the finals of our Pokemon Malaysia Master Ball League, and also congratulations to Jeremiah, still making it all the way to the top 4.
And they're both going to get the World's Invite. Just one of them is going to
get the travel award. But you know what? Either way, unfortunately for Jeremiah, his first loss of the tournament got him knocked out of the travel award opportunity.
But good showing anyways.
Good showing either way. We're very proud of all of our players who've made it this far. We hope to see in our next match Chi-Woon versus potentially either Gary or Wei Hang. So we'll catch you guys later for the finals of our Malaysia VGC MBL later. Till then, later. Ciao.
all in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests.
Hello again, welcome back to Day 2 of the Malaysia Pokemon VGC Master Ball League Championship.
And we are now actually made it all the way to the final match of the entire tournament. After the grueling Swiss rounds on day 1 and through the top 16 elimination, we have finally found our top 2 players.
Our finalists for today of the Master Ball League. I think one thing before we move on towards our players is to also note that both of these players will actually be bringing home a travel award, which means their invite to the World Championship Series later in August in San Francisco will be paid for in the ticket as well as the lodgings.
Yes, and I think that's a very... It opens up so many opportunities because it's San Francisco was so far away for most of us.
Yeah, especially from us here in Southeast Asia. Not exactly the most accessible normally, but we're very thankful that there is this opportunity for our players, our finalists, to be able to go either way. But of course, you know, it is still a finals. They still have to play it out, and we still wish to crown the champion of the 2025-2026 Master Ball League
And I
Asia
think-
Championship Series.
Yeah, and I think we should also probably start talking about the teams that they are
yeah,
bringing.
exactly.
So, fun fact, it's almost the same team.
Yep.
Almost the same team. We have seen these players actually play on stream as well. So, we have Ng Chi Woon and versus So Wei Heng.
Correct.
So we have seen them play. Wei Heng is running the Mega Aerodactyl and Mega Floette along with the Basque Legion, which isn't Scarf, it's a Casset Berry Basque Legion. A Focus Sash Sneasler, Citrus Berry Garchomp, and Choppleberry King Gambit.
Yes, and on Chi-Woon's side here, as we saw in the previous stream matched, is the Mega Charizard Y, Sneasler with the White Herb, Mega Floette, King Gambit with the Choppleberry, Citrus Berry Garchomp, as well as Focus Sash Aerodactyl.
So, the difference here will be the Basque Legion for the Charizard. So I feel like that's kind of like the difference is one, the Mega Pokemon, and you're bringing in a Water type that is one of the strongest Pokemon in the format right now with the Last Respects as an end game cleanup. That said, we do have the Mega Aerodactyl here, which will actually be the fastest thing on the field for both of them if it chooses to Mega.
Yeah, we've seen also in previous matches where Wei Heng has brought his Mega Aerodactyl. It has the edge, the slight edge against a normal Aerodactyl due to the fact that it is faster, so it can get its Tailwind off first before the opposing base Aerodactyl does his Tailwind.
I'm also told that Chi-Woon actually was the finalist for last year's Master Ball League, correct?
I think Chi-Woon was for 2024.
Yeah, so he is actually coming back into the finalist position, possibly getting the championship this time round. And we've actually seen his playing in the last match, where he actually managed to navigate the Basque Legion matchup somewhat well with the Sneasler and his Aerodactyl, but now he has to face a Mega Aerodactyl.
Yes, and that puts a different kind of challenge.
Yes.
Especially while normally you would think that a Basque Legion without Choice Scarf may not have the advantage here against most teams, but let's face it, Mega Aerodactyl getting Tailwind up basically gives it a Choice Scarf, an even better Choice Scarf because it's not locked into a move.
A better Choice Scarf, plus I think it's a bit more of a speed boost.
Yeah, it is a bit more of a speed boost.
And you can hold on to the item which protects you from ghost attacks, which Chi-Woon doesn't have ghost attacks, but it's fine. It helps him get all the way to the top two. And now we're going to go into the game soon.
We'll be going to the game soon. I just want to mention a little bit the difference because of, not to say that Wei Heng's team relies on Aerodactyl's Tailwind, but because the option of Mega Aerodactyl's Tailwind, his Sneasler is running the Adamant Nature, so very, very much can be able to pick off a number of KOs, and that, I think, can definitely pick up a KO onto the base Aerodactyl after the Focus Sash has been popped.
Also, but if you think about it, the Sneasers have a difference as well. On Chi-Woon's side, we do see the Unburdened White Herb Sneasler, whereas Wei Heng is running the Focus Sash Poison Touch. So I don't know how much Poison Touch is going to be a factor here.
10-20% if you include Dire Claw.
But yes, the Focus Sash here will mean that the Sneasler will be able to survive some of the moves that will take it out in one hit.
That is true.
Especially since we do not have the dual wing beat on the opposing Aerodactyl side.
Eschewing it for White Guard. Now, White Guard can make quite a difference here because the Aerodactyl from Wei Heng's side won't be able to press Rock Slide so freely. But I think that doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it's more important for Wei Heng to be able to set up Tailwind and start sweeping with the rest of his Pokemon. Either it's Mega Floette. I don't even think he'll bring Mega Floette. I think Mega Aerodactyl will be the option
I
here.
think Mega Aerodactyl also offers the dual wing beat versus the Sneasler as well.
Yes.
So if you can remove that Sneasler from play, suddenly your Sneasler is going to be quite good in the against the field. And once you remove the King Gambit, Basque Legion can come into play.
And let's face it here, even though both teams look almost the same on paper, but they're very clearly played in different ways, especially when you try to manage similarly built teams. For example, the Tailwind on Mega Aerodactyl making the difference versus the Tailwind on a base Aerodactyl.
I think in this situation, it's also the possibility where you just keep your Aerodactyl non-Mega. You might want to, but at the same time, because you might want to keep your Mega Floette. Mega Floette does so well against this team. Both of them know this. But at the same time, is it worth it to go and sacrifice the Mega Floette for your Mega Aerodactyl in this game?
I don't think so.
So it comes down to it. What are these players choosing to do? Because yes, we can say the Mega Aerodactyl gets a speed advantage, but what if it just wants to go and keep Mega Floette in the best position it can be?
Either way, we'll go into the game now. And here we have Wei Heng leading off with Floette and Basque Legion, whereas Chi-Woon will lead with Aerodactyl and Sneasler. So officially, our finals for the Malaysia VGC Master Ball League for the season 2025-2026 has begun.
Okay, so I mean, the fake out onto Caesar has the ability to fake out the Floette. It could also just go straight for the Dire Claw. Aerodactyl is going to be a bit unchallenged in terms of speed here, but with Chihun's Aerodactyl. Wait, this one is Chihun, right?
Chihun's on the left, correct.
Chihun's Aerodactyl with the Focus Sash will be able to survive a hit from the Basket Legion's Wave Crash if it wants to.
I think what he'll do is just Dire Claw straight into the Floette and
Yes,
go for
Tailwind.
go for Tailwind. There's no real drawback other than maybe, but I don't think Wave Crash can grab a KO onto
flip turn then.
Yeah.
It's probably just a flip turn. Okay, so the Garchomp coming in, probably predicting that Dire Claw. Tailwind does come out. What does the Sneasel choose to do? We didn't see any fake out. It's going to be the
No
Dire
fake outs,
Claw.
yeah. Going for close combat
instead.
Calling it the switch in.
What a gutsy play, and it worked out too. You get I mean, sure, that was a rough skin, but at the same time, the White Herb has activated, and Sneasler is still in this relatively good defense. Wave Crash does come out.
I think this picks up the KO.
It should pick up
after the defense drop, yeah.
It should pick up the KO on Sneasler, but no, there was no defense drop, actually.
Oh, yeah, the White Herb, yeah.
So, but at the same time, it's like, the Tailwind is up. Floette is in a good position to come in.
If he brings the Floette now, very ideal time to go for Dazzling Gleam Rock Slide.
Yes, or even I think the Garchomp, predicting the Garchomp might switch out. You could just always Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah.
You want to keep the chip damage because I think the Aerodactyl's Rock Slide will still do enough chip that maybe your Floette will be able to pick up.
Yeah, and Floette is right, as we've seen also in previous matches. Mega Floette with the Fairy Aura, modest nature, able to get off a lot of strong damage with either Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, or even Light of Ruin. But I don't think Light of Ruin will be pressed here.
I mean, you could.
Okay.
You could. It won't. There's a chance that it probably won't. But I mean, that's always the option if you feel like you want to guarantee the KO of the Basket Legion and you're sure that the Garchomp is going to protect the switch out. You could always do that.
That's an option for
But
sure.
it's an option, but I think the Dazzling Gleam will cover more, and I think Rock Slide will also help cover as well. We do see the Floette go into the Mega.
This is going to be... I think it's a Dazzling Gleam.
I think it should be a Dazzling Gleam. Moonblast is also a possibility if you just want to pick up the KO on the Basket Legion. The Garchomp goes for the protect. Aqua Jet does come out. It does
break the sash on the
break the sash, but Aerodactyl takes it quite comfortably. Aerodactyl does go for the Rock Slide. Will this be enough to do enough damage? Crucially, because the Garchomp has protected, Basket Legion,
this is enough, yeah.
Basket Legion will actually take more damage from the spread moves of Aerodactyl and Floette.
Yeah, I don't think
it works that way.
Oh, it works that way, okay.
So Dazzling Gleam, it's not enough actually. Basket Legion being so strong here.
I think because we know that Wei Hang's Basket Legion is trained a bit more defensively in comparison to most other Basket Legions which are the Choice Craft variant.
But I mean, Aerodactyl can protect you, and another Dazzling Gleam is fine. That will definitely confirm the KO on both of these Pokemon.
The real question is what Wei Hang wants to go here. If he swaps it into, let's say for example, his own Floette or whoever he has at the back, which I don't think will appreciate taking a Dazzling Gleam from our Mega Floette here.
King Gambit is not going to be happy either, and the last one, the last one was Aerodactyl. So Aerodactyl does go for the protect here. It wants to stick around a bit longer, probably just to reset Tailwind if it gets a chance. Basket Legion trying to pick off the Aqua Jet on the Aerodactyl if possible, but Floette does get the Dazzling Gleam off, and it
does pick up a double KO on both Basket Legion and Garchomp. I'm more keen to see how at the back, if he has his own Aerodactyl at the back.
Yeah, if it's a Mega Aerodactyl, you can get the Tailwind up again very easily.
I believe so.
But then it comes down to your Aerodactyl and your last Pokemon. I feel like it could be the Sneasler. If that's the case, then Floette...
If I'm not mistaken, he has his Floette at the back.
Oh, he has the Floette at the back.
The Floette was shown earlier.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So it was the Floette and the Sneasler, so you don't even have the speed control here. You could go for the fake out on the Aerodactyl and try to pick it off with the Floette, but I think Chihun still has a bit of the speed advantage here.
Currently still has a speed advantage with Floettes here.
Yeah.
Now, even though Sneasler can survive with one
I think technically the Tailwind is is going to run out this turn. Both of these Pokemon have Protect. You could do that, but the thing is, Aerodactyl will still be able to set up Tailwind again next turn because you don't have the speed advantage. We do see the Floette going for the Mega here. I think it might have to go for the attack, and then
I think both has to go.
You have to go for the fake out and but the Aerodactyls do have White Guard as well. So Aerodactyl just tries to go for the Protect. It does not work. Floette
Going for Protect.
instead. I think that might actually pick Aerodactyl off. Oh, Sneasler does go for the Protect
So
instead.
will the Floette also go for Protect or will it attack?
I think it goes for
Goes for
the
attack.
Okay, I think the Aerodactyl is trying to go for the Protect here so that it blocks the Fake Out.
And potentially go.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't survive, obviously.
Yeah, so it blocks the Fake Out. I mean, and then it will survive the Dazzling Gleam because it wanted to stay around for the Tailwind as well. But unfortunately, because it did use Protect the previous turn, it was a 33% chance. King Gambit does come out. It is unable to actually do super effective damage to that Floette, and the Sneasler
Yes.
is going to threaten it with the KO with the close combat.
I think, because what I remember is Wei Hang's Sneasler is on the Adamant
Yes,
nature.
it's an adamant-natured Sneasler as
And
well.
we've also discussed that, well, at this point, honestly, even with the combination of Dazzling Gleam and also a close combat, we'll definitely pick up the KO on the King Gambit.
Yeah, that's it. Also, yeah, the Sneasler is such a crucial Pokemon here because the Tailwind has run out. Dire Claw actually can pick up the KO on Floette, or Close Combat could pick up the KO on King Gambit. We do see a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit trying to at least do something. The Dire Claw does come out from the Sneasler. It actually doesn't pick up the KO on
Now
Floette,
the
but
question is, which one of the two of them is faster?
which of these Floettes are faster? The opposing Floette goes for the Light of Ruin, so it is it has shown that it's faster for this turn, but it could be a speed tie.
Could be a speed type potentially.
So that's a King Gambit down. Floette will take quite a massive chip from that. This might actually pick up with some. If it's a Moonblast, sure, it'll pick up the Sneasler, and then it comes down to which of these Floettes are faster.
Faster, yeah. So it's never going to be. Both of them are going to click Moonblast either way. My apologies. And really, it becomes a question of who is faster. I have a feeling
It might
that
be Wei Hang's.
Wei Hang's is faster a little bit because. Yeah.
The Moonblast does come out, and it will take the first game for Wei Hang.
So congratulations, Wei Hang, securing one win.
He just needs
into
one more.
potential, yeah, into a potential champion position for our MBL here.
At the same time, both of these Floettes are actually modest natured.
I'm
And
interested to understand why did Wei Hang chose not to bring Mega Aerodactyl in this. I mean, in this case, it was the right call. But at the same time, you know,
that's the speed advantage. You lost that speed advantage at the start. But at the same time, I think we did see how the game played out. He managed to get rid of the Tailwind turns. He managed to keep Floette alive until the end of the Tailwind
and
turns.
having Sneasler at the back with the sash intact as well
Yeah.
had a huge role and impact of how the game was being played.
Also, I think one thing we should also highlight is the difference in these Floettes. One of them is, Wei Hang's one is the more offensive Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Light of Ruin, whereas Chi-Hoon is actually running the Calm Mind.
Yes.
So that means probably it's a
Bulkier variation,
bulkier variation, probably slower as well in that situation.
I would assume so too, and it's relying on the Tailwind to get its speed up instead.
Yeah, and I feel in this situation, there's a possibility that maybe Charizard might have been a better pick.
Charizard potentially could
Could have been a better pick, but I think we've
That
also
is
seen
assuming if he does not bring
the
Aerodactyl,
yeah,
for this.
or if he can somehow get Aerodactyl out of play before Charizard actually gets to go. We've seen that the Sneasler has proven to be very crucial for these two players.
Yes.
Sneasler at the end managing to check the Floette very well, and also the King Gambit. Whereas Sneasler at the start providing the fake out so that you can set up the Tailwind.
I'm in the belief that while I understand why Chi-Woon decided to bring the King Gambit because it's to accommodate for a potential Mega Aerodactyl, but unfortunately because Wei Hang had the foresight to not bring his Aerodactyl and had Sneasler, Floette, Basculegion, and I think it was he reveal his last?
We were
Wait, it
all
was,
the last two already. So
yeah,
it
one
was
of the last two. It was
it was
Garchomp, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it was Garchomp.
Yeah.
So the thing is, right, a King Gambit, I feel like he has to bring it because he is using it to stop the Basculegion endgame. So that kind of locks the King Gambit in, unless you're really calling the Basculegion is not showing up. Basculegion has been showing up, however.
Yeah, because he needs, and the thing is, by leading Basculegion also,
You threaten the Wave Crash.
Threaten the Wave Crash, and we saw already through the Sneasler, a Wave Crash does pick up the KO on it.
Yes, I mean Sneasler is not the most defensive Pokemon,
yeah.
and with the adaptability Wave Crash, that's pretty much a guaranteed KO on most frail Pokemon, I suppose.
I mean, it is the adaptability and adamant nature boosted.
Yes.
So we'll see how in this game 2 of the finals of our Master Ball League.
I think Chi-Hoon's team, the strategy behind the Carmine Flow is that they say that once Floette sets up one Carmine, it can actually blast through a lot of Pokemon, even resist. The problem here is that Floette can't seem to be in the good position where you can actually get the Carmine up safely
I don't
with
think
the
so
Sneasler.
either. Yeah, as long as Sneasler is out there and the Basque Legion as well. So
Yes.
here we go. Lead from Wei Hang is going to be the
Aerodactyl
Aerodactyl.
Sneasler for both of these Pokemon trainers.
But
Okay.
we discussed this before.
Yes.
That the Mega Aerodactyl in this specific
Yes.
area has a slight edge.
Yes, it has a slight edge of being the faster Aerodactyl. There's also the possibility that Sneasels could try to pull something funny and fake each other out.
I think here in the benefit will actually go into Chi-Wun's because he's a jolly nature, whereas Wei Hang is carrying the adamant nature
Yes,
on his Sneasler.
you could actually fake out. But at the same time, it's like, okay, okay, if Wei Hang knows that he has to fake out the opposing Aerodactyl, that's kind of the thing. Or you could go for the close combat, actually, calling they're not going to fake out the Caesar. But Chi-Hoon, I feel like you have to also fake out that Aerodactyl because you don't want the Tailwind to get out.
I'm not sure. One of the options could be here. Sneasler, Chi-Wun's Sneasler goes for a fake out on the opposing Sneasler, sets up Tailwind to at least match it. But then,
but
but
you
then
see,
the Mega Evolution happens.
The Mega Evolution, the Mega Evolved Aerodactyl has access to Dual Wing Beat.
Yes,
it can pick
yes.
up it is fast enough to pick up Sneasler right off the bat. So you need to go for the fake out Tailwind. I think it's going. Oh, we do see the fake out on the
I told you,
Sneasler.
yeah, he's going to go for a fake out.
I guess that's okay, but the next turn you can actually just Dual Wing Beat.
Yes, you can dual wing bait and just go for close combat.
Yeah, so I think that actually puts the Sneasler in a very bad position unless you switch out this turn into another Pokemon, and your Aerodactyl has to probably eat a close combat. If Wei Hang calls it, he might just go for the Rock Slide. But I think
the fear of the White Guard as well.
the fear of the White Guard is also there. But so I think the dual Wing Bee onto the Sneasler and then the close combat onto the Aerodactyl.
He could also switch out his Sneasler into, let's say, Garchomp,
Yes.
and Aerodactyl just goes for a Rock Slide, get whatever damage he can onto both of the Pokemon in front.
I think yes, that would probably be the best play for Chi-Hoon, because at least then dual Wing Beat does hit twice. It will get twice the
get a
damage of the rough skin.
Correct. Yeah.
It could also go into the King Gambit, which will be fine. But I think you don't want.
I wouldn't want that. And
Yeah, you don't want to do that in front of the Sneasler, especially when you don't have dual Wing Beat on your own end.
Yeah, because it could very easily be okay. Actually, Wei Hang switches out the Sneasler into the Garchomp.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
The different Sneasler switching into a different Garchomp.
okay. So the Mega Aerodactyl choosing to protect Aerodactyl was also protecting here.
I think it's a close combat onto the.
It should be a close combat to the Mega Aerodactyl,
into the Aerodactyl.
and it doesn't get it. So and there's no speed boost from the unburdened.
Unburdened, correct, yeah.
So Garchomp is in a good position here, actually. Garchomp and Aerodactyl is pretty safe, I would say. In a way, you could do a Wing Beat the Sneasler, and since you do have the Tailwind, and the Garchomp can actually pull off
A Dragon Claw, perhaps.
or even a Rock Slide if it wanted to.
Yeah, I think so too. I think now breaking the sash on the Aerodactyl could be a bit of a priority for Wei Hang. However, it's not. It's definitely far from over for Chi-Hoon here, because like you said, he can still switch out Sneasler. I'm believing the Garchomp should come in here.
I think it's a King Gambit. Okay, so it is a King Gambit coming out. I think that's fine. Aerodactyl goes for the White Guard, trying to block the Rock Slide possibly, or even I think it's probably the Rock Slide.
Could be an Earthquake as well, right?
I don't think you really care too much about the Earthquake. I think it's probably the Rock Slide or Dragon Claw because you want to remove the Aerodactyl from play. Earthquake is also a possibility if you're predicting, if you just really want the Sneasler off. Dragon Claw does come out. It does so much damage to Aerodactyl. It will pick it up the next turn.
I think now a dual Wing Beat from the Mega Aerodactyl onto the Aerodactyl might pick up a KO, even if it's not very effective, because it's boosted by Top Claws and also Stab.
And I think Garchomp is also in a very good position where you can just use Earthquake right now. As long as you're guaranteed, I think the Mega Aerodactyl use Rock Slide to lock down the opposing Aerodactyl. It's a possibility so that the Aerodactyl can't really attack the Garchomp. The Garchomp will then be able to attack. It can choose to go after the Aerodactyl with Dragon Claw. We know that that's going to pick up the KO. Or it could also use Earthquake to pick up the King Gambit.
Yeah, I think right now here, the threat to King Gambit is not the Mega Aerodactyl, but
the Garchomp
here. However, if he does not address the Mega Aerodactyl right now, it's going to be an issue later on down the line.
So we do see the White Guard coming out from Chi-Hoon's Aerodactyl, trying to stop any potential rock slides. But like you said, dual Wing Beat is actually enough to pick it up. So that removes the Tailwind option from Chi-Hoon's side. Wei Hang is actually dominating this quite well. We also see no Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, so it is using probably the Kowtow Cleave.
I'm assuming it's going to go into the Garchomp, actually, protects.
Yeah, so we do see the White Guard actually does protect the King Gambit from the Earthquake. Kowtow keep going on to the Aerodactyl. Actually,
Still not enough to get a KO.
not enough to get the KO, but it is enough to put it within Sucker Punch range. However, because Mega Aerodactyl is still alive,
Still Tailwind this
it
turn
can
and not be
still
affected
turn
by the
Tailwind
Sucker
this
Punch. Yeah.
turn. I mean, I think Sneasler will come out in this situation to go
It
for the
has to,
fake
yeah.
out.
He has
But
to.
at the same time, it's like you could just double protect and then
Do it
Tailwind
again
the
next
next
turn.
turn.
Yeah, Tailwind Earthquake next turn, right?
I think in that situation, maybe you might want to switch your King Gambit out to the Floette. But at the same time, that still puts Floette in a position where, you know, you still have to deal with the Mega Aerodactyl. And both Aerodactyl and the Garchomp are going to be faster than you. And there's nothing really stopping the Garchomp from setting up substitute in front of you.
Yes, I think.
No, that's
sorry, this
sorry,
Garchomp doesn't.
that's substitute. That's the
He can just go Dragon Claw, honestly, or Earthquake.
Well,
Actually,
Earthquake,
it's quite free to Earthquake. We've already seen that the White Guard from the Aerodactyl is now no longer applicable. Sneasler here could fake out, but if he fakes out the Garchomp, if he fakes out Garchomp, can get another Tailwind up on the on the Mega Aerodactyl. If he fakes out Aerodactyl, then can get hit by an Earthquake from the Garchomp.
I think because Aerodactyl didn't use White Guard, I think it can just it doesn't have White Guard, so I think it can protect this turn actually.
Yes.
So I think it can just burn the fake out. And then, I mean, then the only way Sneasler will get his speed boost is to close combat its partner King Gambit, which it
True.
doesn't want to do.
I don't think if it wants to close combat into the Garchomp, honestly.
I think you might have to. We do see the Protect coming out into Aerodactyl. I don't see how else you're going to do damage onto Garchomp before it attacks. So it feels like it's going to be a pretty easy Tailwind next turn for Wei Hang. And then the Earthquake will hit both of these Pokemon super effectively if Garchomp goes for that move.
Yeah, and especially with the King Gambit, now it's just a Tailwind and assumedly an Earthquake from the opposing team, from Wei Hang's team. And for Chiwun, I'm not sure what he can do here. He will not survive the Earthquake.
I think that also, I think also we have to notice, right, unless you brought Charizard, none of Chiwun's Pokemon really want to be hit by the Garchomp's Earthquake. So I think King Gambit will be able to take it at least for one Earthquake, but he did try to pin down the Aerodactyl, stop it from going for the dual wing beat. Aerodactyl just goes for the Tailwind anyways, and Garchomp is going to go and do the things Garchomp do, Quake the Earth.
Quake the Earth with his very powerful stat and also stab. Sneasler not taking it at all.
As King Gambit did survive it, but unfortunately,
He went for Sucker Punch, yeah.
Sucker Punch it went into the wrong slot. I guess, it was trying to pin down the Aerodactyl, but okay. We do see the Charizard Y, and I think this is not great.
Still not exactly the best position for Chiwun.
Okay, Rock Slide can miss.
Rock Slide can miss. Sucker Punch into the Aerodactyl. And Charizard goes for Solar Beam, maybe?
I think you have to go for the Solar Beam. I think it's safe to go. I think in one hand, if you know that Rock Slide will miss, has a chance of miss, I think both Aerodactyl and Garchomp might go into the Rock Slide.
So,
especially
accounting if there is a miss, that is.
Especially with the Sucker Punch on the play. I think the Sucker Punch should go into Aerodactyl, taking it out, and so then it becomes Garchomp's Garchomp's Rock Slide.
Could survive the Rock Slide, to be fair.
No.
Okay,
Charizard will. Oh, actually does.
I remember I told you non-stab Rock Slide tends to be able to survive from
because
Charizard.
Because the Charizards have been putting on a bit of bulk.
Yeah, they've been putting on quite a fair bit of bulk. Fortunately, we are beyond the 252. Sorry, it's 32 now.
Yes. So Charizard,
but still doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference because you still have the Tailwind, and Sucker Punch is still there. I mean, it's not enough to pick up the Garchomp.
Yeah, here you can just fake out King Gambit, Rock Slide again.
Yes, it's very easy unless of course Rock Slide misses. Then
you can just Dragon Claw the Charizard. Honestly.
Yeah. I think it's safer to just fake out the King Gambit, Dragon Claw the Charizard, and then after that you can just deal with the King Gambit by itself.
Potentially Chiwun might go for a double protect here just to burn out the fake out turns
and
also the Tailwind.
He will, but at the same time, Sneasler is probably still the fastest Pokemon on this field. So regardless, the Charizard is also within Dire Claw knockout. So I think it's still really dominant on Wei Hang's side.
Pretty dominant. So we'll see how after this turn if something changes, although I don't think it will.
Yeah,
I think just Dire Claw Charizard activation. Dire Claw and Earthquake.
No.
Oh, you
No, you Dragon Claw the Charizard
and you close combat the King Gambit. Yeah, that's an option too. That is also an option.
You don't want to Earthquake with your partner Sneasler around.
True, because he could just double protect on the King Gambit.
Yeah, if I think Ji-hoon has to protect again. He does go for the Sucker Punch, hoping for a crit on the Garchomp.
I don't think it will be enough.
It didn't work. King Gambit does hold on. Garchomp actually triggers the Citrus Berry, healing back. And the close combat on the Sneasler does trigger the Chople Berry from King Gambit. But it won't matter too much because King Gambit is holding on to 11 HP.
So one last bite of the berry, one last meal, you could say, before going down. And I believe it should be a Dragon Claw.
That will close out this game, yes. So, dominating performance by Wei Hang, showing once again that, Mega Aerodactyl, it does give you a bit of an edge in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, while they are built, a lot of these teams are built on the same concept. Sneasler, Garchomp, King Gambit, Charizard, Mega Floette, or some people switch out the Mega Floette for Sylveon, but the core of it remains the same.
In fact, the Mega Charizard was swapped out for the Basque Legions, and then the Mega became the Aerodactyl.
Yes.
And I think that because a lot of people were running this team, it becomes like he has so much practice playing it through all the rounds of how to deal with the variations of this team.
I think the first game, it was a little bit of a gamble from Wei Hang to not bring in the Mega Aerodactyl, but that was the right call because he also, I assume that he knew that Chi-Wun, that not only his own Floette, but Chi-Wun would account for the Mega Aerodactyl. Yeah. So by having that in prepare, and after that, pushing his advantage by now bringing in Aerodactyl because he knows that now he has to account for all of these things. And as we both know already, in the mirror match of Aerodactyl v Aerodactyl, the Mega Aerodactyl almost always wins out.
It almost always wins out, but it also has to count on its partners a bit.
True.
So I think the way that that you got the speed advantage, right? And then I think just having that speed advantage with the Sneasler and the Garchomp, which are really fast Pokemon to begin with, suddenly becomes very hard, even if you can match the Tailwind somehow.
That is true.
And I don't think you were able to, if I remember right.
Yeah, I don't think he was able to. At the end of the
day,
no,
they didn't match the Tailwind.
They matched Tailwinds one, but it didn't really matter because in the situation where they do match up, Mega Aerodactyl is still faster.
So in that sense, Mega Aerodactyl was always a threat. It didn't have Wide Guard, but it had the dual wing beat, which was always threatening Sneasler.
Yeah, and I do think that Chi-Wun, while he was, it's always a balance of using the pressure of White Guard and actually using White Guard itself. Yeah. So unfortunately, Wei Hang was able to make the calls.
I think on one hand, the White Guard did save King Gambit from getting the Earthquake.
From one turn, but in the long run,
it didn't really help because I think also it's like the just lack. It was really just the lack of speed.
Yes.
The lack of speed was just so tough for Ji-hoon to fight against.
Either way, once again, we'd like to congratulate
both players.
Wei Hang for winning. Both players, we like to congratulate Chi-Wun as well because they both get the travel award. Is that we'll have one champion. Now, we'll be taking a very quick break because we're having the interview with our champion. Okay, so
actually we will have the interview later, but right now we will just close out. Thank you for everyone for watching the Master Ball League. This has been the first tournament. This is the first tournament on the Champions format.
So definitely, while it is still the metagame is still in the fledgling state, and from our side here, because the teams have been locked about a week prior, so some of these teams may look a little updated to the more savvy players out there, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still a showcase of good teams, good players in the metagame that works in a best of 3, which will be the standard for most tournaments moving forward.
And then I guess everyone should keep their eyes peeled for Master Ball League Thailand coming up next weekend.
Coming up next week. So we hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. We thank all of our players. We also like to congratulate to all top 16, top 8, top 4, semi-finalists, finalists, as well as our champion for the Pokemon Malaysia VGC Master Ball League. So thank you guys once again. Hopefully we'll catch you guys next time. Until then, see ya. Bye. Cha-cha.